Okay, council, please come to order. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 257th meeting of the council. Just a couple of housekeeping reminders. We're all familiar with these, but the meeting is being recorded. Please self-mute when you're not talking. That goes for council members and the public, please. There are going to be visual lags that we're all becoming quite familiar with in our virtual settings. So if you are having any issues, please use the chat function or email staff at npfmc.admin@noaa.gov. The pro tip, of course, is to restart the Adobe Connect system on occasion to help with any glitching. So with that, we've got a couple of new faces here. I saw Peter Fassbender on here a little bit ago. I don't see him anymore, but welcome to Peter Fassbender, and welcome back to Mr. Doug Meekum, the NIMS Acting Regional Administrator. Mr. Meekum, Mr. Fassbender, I'd like to give you an opportunity to introduce yourselves or reintroduce yourselves. Mr. Meekum.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Okay, good. Good morning, everybody. Before we start, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank all of the council staff, the agency staff, the AP, and SSC representatives for all of the hard work that they put into preparing for this meeting. I know it's always stressful, but in the times that we're operating in right now, even more so. So thanks to everybody. Many of you know me. I've been working in Alaska fisheries for 42 years. Wow. Since my wife and I, Barbara, moved up to Alaska 42 years ago. So I'm really looking forward to, in 8 years, I should be considered a true Alaskan. So I'm looking forward to that. I worked for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game for 22 years. The last 7 of those years was as the Director of Commercial Fisheries. And for the last 16 years, I've been the Deputy Regional Administrator for NOAA Fisheries. I've served on the council, both State of Alaska representative and the NIMS federal representative, so I know a little bit about the process, but I thank you in advance for your patience and understanding as I get up to speed on the issues before the council. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Meekum, and good morning to you, Mr. Fassbender, Assistant Regional Director with the Fisheries and Ecological Services, the new Fish and Wildlife Service designee. Morning. Not getting your audio. It might be a *6. I'm not picking you up. Okay. Well, we're not able to overcome those technical difficulties at this time. I'm sure we'll catch up with you a bit more throughout the meeting. So welcome to you both. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and move into the agenda. Again, we're starting the B report today, and then we'll move into agenda item C1, the charter halibut management measures. We are going to break a little bit early today. We've got the executive session at 3 p.m., and then we'll just pick up tomorrow working through our agenda in order. We will break over the weekend in our virtual format, and then resume on Monday with the balance of the agenda. So are there any objection or changes to the agenda? All right. So with no objections, we will dive right in. We are going to continue in this virtual setting to limit the B report oral presentations. Most of these are just given to us in written format. We've got the opportunity to ask questions of the agencies as Mr. Wetherell walks through them. We are going to hear a oral presentation under B2 for the in-season management year-end report, then public comment and any deliberations on the B reports. So just a heads up for any members of the public, please sign up to testify prior to the end of the B reports. With that, I will hand it over to Mr. Witherall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Got a short PowerPoint that synthesizes the written B reports. We do have at least one oral report, and I'll stop in the middle to get to it. I just wanted to take this opportunity to recognize Lauren Smoker, who is retiring at the end of the year after a 30-plus year career with NOAA GC Alaska region. As you know, Lauren has worked on nearly every major issue the Council's addressed, and in doing so, she was able to solve numerous legal and implementation issues so these programs could move forward. She's widely considered to be an expert on various policies and laws, including the development of national financial disclosure and recusal policies for council members, NEPA, FOIA, and MSA. She's also been involved in the defense of numerous lawsuits, including the 13-year and ongoing litigation on the salmon FMP. And I'm pretty certain she's not going to miss working on salmon when she retires. As everyone knows who has worked with Lauren, she's very friendly, smart, and helpful. And I think this quote from Demian really captures that sentiment. She's been an enormous asset to the region and the council. And on behalf of the council, I wanted to say a big thank you to Lauren for her many years of service. We have a plaque for her which reads, "Presented to Lauren Smoker in recognition and appreciation of legal advice to the council and overall dedication to the conservation and management of North Pacific fisheries." And with that, I will congratulate Lauren on behalf of the council. Thank you, Lauren. Okay. Slide. We have, as you mentioned, two new council members. Doug Meekum is serving as acting administrator for the Alaska region, and Peter Fassbender is the designee from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And welcome aboard, both of you. We also have two long-term SSC members who are departing at the end of the year. Dr. Ann Hollowed, who served on the SSC for 19 years, including 4 years as co-chair. And Matt Reimer has been an economist on the SSC for the past 8 years. I took an opportunity at the start of the SSC meeting to thank them for their service on behalf of the council. A little bit of news where the council may wish to provide comments. First being the St. George Marine Sanctuary nomination was added to the inventory of national marine sanctuaries 5 years ago. And under the sanctuary nomination process, nominations that have successfully met the national significance criteria are placed in the inventory. And from that inventory, NOAA can select ones for national marine sanctuary designation after undergoing a thorough process. The successful nomination of areas in this inventory are reviewed every 5 years to determine if they still meet the criteria. And NOAA has initiated this review. Comments are due December 17th. NOAA has also issued a Federal Register request for comments on advancing the goals of the America the Beautiful report, with comments requested on specific topic areas. My understanding is that NOAA is looking for specific actions that the agency could take to advance these goals. And presuming that the council may want to provide comments, I provided staff notes on each of those topics, which could be used as the basis of a comment letter, and I've attached those notes to the B1 agenda. Comments are due December 28th, I believe. Mr. Chairman, before I go on, it occurs to me maybe we want to ask Lauren Smoker if she wants to say anything based on my previous first slide. So I'm going to stop and just see if we missed her.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Witherall. Ms. Smoker?
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you don't mind, I will take just a couple minutes because it's the council process and coming to the council meetings and everybody there has been a big part of my life for a long time. So I just want to recognize that. I'll start by saying that if anybody had said that at my last council meeting I'd be able to wear sweatpants and Birkenstocks, I would have laughed them out of the room. But I hadn't quite planned for this continuing to be virtual, but I am more comfortable, I will say. I'll also start with just a short story about my very first day working for NOAA GC. I was hired to start working in the General Counsel Fisheries Office back in Silver Spring, Maryland. And I was assigned to work on FMP and rule packages that were coming from the Alaska region. So my very first day, Miriam McCall, who is a NOAA retired now, GC attorney, some of you may remember from our Seattle office, was giving me a tour and introducing me around the offices. And we were in an elevator, and the elevator stopped, and Dick Schaefer, who was the head of Sustainable Fisheries back in Silver Spring, walked on. And Miriam introduced me and told Dick that I'd be working on Alaska issues. So he was only on the elevator for a moment. So the elevator doors open, and as he was walking off, he looked me right in the eye, and he said, "God help you." And he disappeared behind closing elevator doors. So that rattled me a little bit, but it didn't take very long before it faded. And working with the North Pacific Council and the Alaska region, I realized was amazing right from the very first days of my career with NOAA. And it's never stopped being amazing. I really want to take just a second here to thank you all, and especially council staff, NIMS staff, and NOAA GC staff for 30 years of professional challenges and successes, interesting work, and a wonderful organization to be a part of. But for me, the most important of all of that has been the great people that I've had an opportunity to meet and work with, for all the fun times and all the good friendship. This job that we do is rarely easy, but it is rewarding. And the successful conservation and management of our fisheries in the North Pacific is so important. I wish you good luck in all your endeavors in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smoker. Yeah. It's been great to work with you. You've always, I know from my perspective, been a reliable and easy person to reach out to, approachable, and I've really appreciated your candor and ability to still through the issues, and wish you absolutely the best of luck and good fortune in the future. Thank you so much for the time you put in with the council, and personally for all the time you've spent with me on the issues that we've needed to discuss. Like, we've got some council members who'd like to jump in here. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just doing a quick sound check.
Loud and clear, Ms. Baker.
Okay, thank you. I'm on a new computer, so I'm finding my way here. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair. I just really wanted to take a little bit of time to thank Ms. Smoker for her service to this process and to NOAA General Counsel. I have had the good fortune to work with her both as a National Marine Fisheries Service employee and my current role here at the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And I've worked with her on Lauren, on a number of regulatory packages and policy issues, and always found her experience and insight to be really a guiding light in terms of getting through some of the difficult and challenging issues that she referenced. And more than that, as she mentioned, also, I consider her a friend. So I'm very happy for you, but I'm going to miss you. So thanks Mr. Chair, and all the best to you, Lauren.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Twett.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Lauren, just a heartfelt thank you for a lot of things. You have a warm personality that goes well with your feisty approach to issues. But to me, you've really exemplified being a professional. I think NOAA GC is one of the hardest jobs in this arena. A lot of sitting and listening intently, waiting for that one thing that may or may not send us sideways, and always gently putting us back on the right course. I think is really hard. But you're also just the very professional demeanor you've maintained all the way through. Has always just really impressed me, and I hope you'll continue to serve as a role model for not just for other GCs, but as well for us too. And then finally, I don't think there's anybody that wields a Pittsburgh Steelers towel nearly as well as you do.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Meekum.
Can you hear me? Okay. Well, hey, Lauren, if I'd have known we were going to do this, I would have wore a tie. I apologize. Over the past 16 years that I've worked with you, I really appreciate one thing in particular, that there's never been a stupid question. Even though I've really tried, you've always been receptive and helpful and there every step of the way. And you're the best. That's the way I can describe it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meekum. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add my thanks and gratefulness to Lauren. She's always been so clear in her advice and so patient with the council, patient with our questions, always extremely responsive. On the side, probably the only council member that ever has called me and everybody else hun, and I really loved the warmth that she brought to this process. So thank you so much, Lauren, and congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could, I just wanted to add some good wishes to Lauren. I just appreciated so much the time that we've spent together, which has been, on and off now for 20 years, which is so hard to believe. But you're just so diplomatic in your approach, even when we don't deserve it. And you're a lawyer that I am happy to see coming, and that's a rare thing. And I just really just the best, warmest wishes to you and your family, and appreciate so much everything that you've done for us in this process, Lauren. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Well, Ms. Smoker, thank you again. Obviously, you will be missed, but thank you for all your time and efforts, and it's been wonderful.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Back to you, Mr. Witherall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll wait for the staff to bring up the PowerPoint. Okay, moving on. I'm going to stop here and see if there are any questions before moving on to the next slide. Okay. So moving on to the remainder of the Executive Director's report. Just to note that there were no comments removed due to our comment policy, and we did have 240 written comments. On cultural awareness training, staff received cultural awareness training from First Alaskans Institute, and we're looking to schedule training for council members in March. I believe those dates have been set. A couple of informational items relative to the Young Fisherman Summit. The AYK Salmon Initiative research proposals and themes, and a notice of a podcast put on by the Alaska Ocean Acidification Network. And lastly, the Amendment 80 cooperatives have voluntarily provided a report on halibut PSC avoidance plans and their performance under those plans at each December meeting. And I've included the written report to the B1 agenda, and I know that representatives from the co-ops are available to answer questions, including Mr. John Govin, I believe. So I'll stop here to see if anyone has any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Witherell. I'm just a little unclear procedurally here. If we do have questions for the Amendment 80 co-op representatives on their report, when and where would you like to do that?
I believe we could do it now if the co-op representatives are available for questions, and I haven't looked at the participant list to see if everyone is here, but I believe they are. So this might be a good spot to talk about the questions on the halibut avoidance plans, and then I'll move on to the NIMS management report afterwards.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Ms. Vanderhoven, if you have questions, I think now would be a good time.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is probably directed toward Mr. Govin. I know that bycatch avoidance is kind of a constantly evolving issue and process, and the report spoke to that somewhat briefly, and I was just wondering if you could expand a little bit on that and how that changes the advice that the co-op gives to the captains on the water. That I could use a little more information on that. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Govin.
Mr. Chairman, it looks like he's still not connected by phone.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Might give him a second.
All right. We can stand by for that connection.
Yeah, good. Can you hear me now?
We can. Good morning.
Okay. Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the question, Ms. Vanderhoven. I think if you had a chance to review the report, the main areas that our advice has evolved in terms of recommendations to captains in their bycatch avoidance of halibut. Main one is with halibut excluders. You'll recall that I think it was February, I presented an EFP application to the council and NIMS and advisor. And the motivation behind the EFP application was to validate what kind of performance we're getting from excluders. And the EFP application included an analysis of more than 3,000 hauls with and without excluders. And what we had found in response to questions by captains is that the data validated what they were concerned about, which was high escapement rates of target fish and flatfish fishing with halibut excluders, and that the reduction in halibut bycatch was in some cases not at all more than the reduction in flatfish catch, and in some cases just slightly greater. So that analysis was actually done in late 2020 in the preparation of the EFP application. And so we had in our captain's meeting in January 2021 a discussion with captains explaining the advice that we were giving was based on the data from several boats in the cooperative and how we'd looked at the data, and even in some cases talked to captains about what they thought they were getting from excluders and how that didn't, where they thought they were gaining in terms of reducing halibut more than target fish, that didn't come out in the data. So we advised captains to rethink their use of excluders and to particularly be conscious of the size of halibut where they were fishing, because I think the primary driver is the lack of a size differential between the halibut and the target fish. So that's an area where we presented information that our advice was rethink use of excluders and only use them when you think you're actually in an area that probably has, on average, much larger halibut than the target fish. And so that was the primary one. The other one is, over the last 2 years, now that deck sorting is fully under regulation, we've looked at the data, and we noted that some boats were using deck sorting even if their halibut bycatch rates were low in 2020 and the first part of 2021. And what was interesting is that our observation is, when you're in an area where you've got clean fishing for a window of time, say daylight fishing, that the boats that were also deck sorting along with that fishing were actually using more halibut bycatch than the ones that weren't. And we primarily think that's because deck sorting is slowing down the boat's operations and moving more of their fishing outside of that clean fishing window. So we advise the boats to, constantly monitor whether they're really getting gains from deck sorting and not just do it on an automatic basis, because it's clear to us that in combination with clean fishing, deck sorting might actually move your fishing more into a window of where the halibut bycatch rates are higher and you're actually catching more halibut potentially. So that's another area where the report, I think that one's later in the report, the part on deck sorting, it describes how we're evolving our advice to captains as we learn more about the tools we have. So hopefully that answers your question. There's a lot of other things in the report, but I focused on those two.
Thank you, Mr. Gobbin. I think that is helpful for context.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Any further questions? We'll move on to Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Gobbin, and to the Alaska Seafood Cooperative for providing this report to the Council every December since 2015. I appreciate the opportunity to review it and that you're available for questions. I do have a couple. Referring to the rate standards that the sector has established in terms of doing the outlier tests, both for the annual and the quarterly outlier tests. And I'm looking at page 5 of the current report and trying to, I think the report does a good job of explaining how it works, but I was wondering about the establishment of the current base rates. And it looks like you're using the years 2012 to 2014 as the base rate by which to sort of rate performance. And so I was wondering, it seems like for a variety of reasons that we've talked about over time, fishing in the MM&80 sector has changed pretty substantially since 2012 to 2014. And so I was wondering if you could help us understand if you're thinking about updating those rates, or what the thinking is every year as you go into your halibut avoidance plan for the year in terms of those base rates.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask either Dr. Fina or Ms. Concepcion to answer that. I'm not expert in our TAP, so hopefully they're online as well.
This is Mark Fina. So we revisit the base rates, the rates every year. The base rate is, I mean, you can see on that page that it's a base rate times a multiplier. that gets you to those numbers that we've applied. So since you can see the 2018 numbers have been applied since 2018, and they have not changed. And I think we talk about them every year at our co-op meeting at the end of the year. And typically what we have found is that we looked at some data leading into the year end in the middle of the last year as well. And we see that what we're looking for is, are the rates still effective? And we have found they are, and that we see typically, 3 to 5 boats each year that are having trouble meeting the base rates, meeting the rates that we apply, and then spending time through the course of the year getting the rates down. So in some cases, vessels have left fisheries. We know that this has happened as recently as, in the last month. We under the fourth quarter part of the program, we know of one boat that pulled out of a fishery because it was just having trouble finding clean fishing and was was concerned about hitting the rate. So I guess in response to your question, we realize that those rates are old, but they form the guideline to kind of bring people into compliance, and we found them to be effective for that. And we've found them still to be constraining on the vessels in our fishery, even as we get, on the whole, overall better performance on our halibut PSC. So even in years like this year, when we've had really low performance, we've had, a few boats, handful of boats that have needed to work pretty hard to stay within the rates that are prescribed here.
Ms. Baker?
Thanks, Dr. Fina.
If I can add, I think, Mark, for me, low performance, low encounter rates, we're able to avoid bycatch.
Mr. Gavin. Ms. Baker, any further questions?
Yeah, follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for that. That's helpful to set in context the outlier tests. Appreciate that. My second question also has to do with the outlier tests and the minimum groundfish threshold that is established both for the annual and quarterly and fourth quarter tests. And so the primary circumstance that's described is, in essence, those groundfish thresholds are established in order to provide an incentive for a vessel that perhaps is just beginning to fish for certain groundfish targets and not able to achieve good halibut bycatch rates or avoidance, however you want to phrase that, and provide an incentive for them to then sort of get out of that groundfish fishery without being subject to the penalties. And so I was looking at the table on page 9, for example, of this year's report. And for the rock sole fishery, for example, there were 16 vessels in the fishery, but 6 vessels met the minimum groundfish threshold. And for arrowtooth and flathead combined, again, 15 vessels in the fishery and 7 meeting the minimum groundfish threshold for 2021. And so is that the main circumstance that I just sort of clumsily described, is much better described in the report, that would result in, fewer than half, for example, of the vessels in the rock sole fishery meeting the minimum groundfish threshold to be subject to the outlier test or the rate standard, as it were? Or are there other things that need to happen?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Baker, that's a great question. And I actually think that in the rock sole fishery, it's probably a little bit of a mix. My guess is that most of those vessels actually were mostly fishing yellowfin sole and ended up in the rock sole target occasionally because of the way the species mix on the grounds. And that there may be 1 or 2 boats who left because of being over the rate, but in the long run, but I don't think it would be more than 1 or 2 boats in any of those fisheries that is leaving because they're over the rate. In most cases, either they didn't intend to get in that target or spent a little time in the target anyway. I think by and large, our vessels, when we looked at the data, by and large, what we saw with our vessels is that most of them, if they have trouble early on, they clean up their act and get the rates down. And in a few instances, they leave. Some, given that it's annual, some of them leave and come back. They'll leave and come back when it's better fishing.
Thank you, Dr. Fina. That's really helpful. Appreciate that explanation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions, and I think the first one is best directed to Mr. Govan. I'm looking at, I think it's near the bottom of page 3, where you're talking about the challenges of using excluders with where in cases where the halibut closely mirror the size of the target catch. And I'm wondering, when you talk about your future research here, can you expound a little bit on what that research that's going to take place in 2022 looks like in terms of further developing the excluders, or what your focus is going to be? Can you just say more about that? It's just briefly touched on in the report.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to do that. Thank you for the question, Ms. Campbell. The objective of the EFP application in the study that we've put together, which includes the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and several analysts from and experimental design experts from Cornell and other institutions, APU, we really don't understand what performance we're getting from halibut excluders. And as I mentioned, the data don't suggest that the performance is very good. So the design of the test, you may recall, incorporates the use of a twin trawl on the vessel North Star, where we're putting the twin nets, if you will, that fish the same conditions, one with the excluder and one without, to get a side-by-side comparison. So we'll actually have a way of understanding how these excluders are performing that isn't subject to what I and my PIs call selection bias, where the data that we looked at before is not the best because it involves a captain deciding whether to use the excluder or not. In this case, the same conditions and nets put in there. You have 2 nets. You can judge the performance much better by comparing one side to the other. So what we're hoping to get out of that is a baseline of just exactly what the loss of target fish rate is and what the simultaneous loss of or reduction in halibut is in a way that's statistically valid. We also hope, because the sampling will allow us to get higher resolution measurement of the halibut that we catch on one side versus another, to be able to understand exactly where that size break is, if you will. We know that you can have halibut still larger than the target fish that still don't escape. They fail to escape, if you will. So we need to know kind of where that size differential is, and I think that's going to help our advice to captains in using the current versions of excluders, which are hallway excluders. And so we hope to be able to give really strong advice in these areas, what the reduction of halibut is relative to the loss of target fish and the sort of size differential where the excluder seemed to perform well versus where it didn't, noting that the test won't embrace all the different fishing modes that we do in different target fisheries, but we are going to spread the fishing between yellowfin sole and flathead sole and deeper species to get some idea of that. So where that leads us is, if we see performance that's better than suggested in the data analysis we did for the fee application, then we'll report that to the fleet. If we see that the suggested lack of performance is there, then report that to the fleet. Eventually, that type of information will, in the short run, allow fishermen to make better choices of whether to use excluders, or are they just towing longer and burning more carbon and potentially catching more halibut. What I do know is that there's an interest in, is there a better excluder out there and all that. We want to understand, given that we've already tried every excluder that's ever been used, including ones that have been tried on the West Coast, which were actually ones that we abandoned years ago. We really want to first understand where we are with that. And then if we don't see good performance, we'll either decide that further use of excluders is not really going to pay off, or there potentially are some ideas we might explore, but those are years away. Research takes time, and research needs to be done in a way that's scientifically valid, or you can just give poor advice. So that's how I view where we are in the development of halibut excluders, or advice on them, and whether we do any more work in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Gavin. Ms. Campbell? Ms. Campbell, looks like...
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I just got dropped from the audio for the second time in the 43 minutes that I've been trying to participate in this meeting. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Ms. Campbell.
Wonderful. I think I have a second question that's really probably better for Dr. Fina, but thank you, Mr. Gavin, for that answer. I have a question that's sort of similar to Ms. Baker's question about how you set the target rates, and it really is about how the penalty amounts were set. So what kind of analysis did you go through to make sure that the penalties would be meaningful to get people to actually modify their behavior under this program? I want to make sure that I'm understanding. It looks like at one point one vessel was fined $50K. Is that the only time that somebody's actually been in a penalty situation in the time that we've had this avoidance plan in place? And
that's correct.
And I guess, yeah, and I guess the other question, if I could just tag it on here, is what's the point when you're measuring halibut mortality of going back and doing a retrospective analysis of what it would look like if it had been applied in the pre-deck sorting days, what I'm supposed to be taking away from that? So those are really my questions.
Sure. So the last question first, the retrospective application analysis that we did was really intended to identify whether the rule would move outliers, because and that was our objective when we put it in place, was, okay, can we move outliers more in line with the fleet? And the retrospective analysis, I guess particularly when you compare it to what's happened since it was implemented, does kind of validates that we've accomplished that with the two different provisions, the one that's annual and the one that's in the fourth quarter. Because we've got, retrospectively, we had a lot of boats not meeting the requirements and a lot of boats with pretty substantial fines. I think in terms of setting the fines that we established under the program, both in the fourth quarter and in the annual part of the program, we looked at kind of where we were at the time we were implementing it and said, okay, if we implemented this now and people continued to behave the way they behaved, these fines would be really substantial and really costly. And that's kind of the test we did when we looked at it. Since then, we've talked a little bit about revisiting the levels of the fines. At this point, given the way that the program has worked and our objective overall when we set it up was not to have people pay fines and collect a lot of money. It was to get compliance. And I think we've proven that the program's proven pretty effective in doing that. We've gotten pretty good compliance. The one time that somebody fell out outside, I think they ended up in a target by accident at an inopportune time in the season and weren't able to make up ground later to get out of that hole. So, I realize that people don't view a $50,000 fine once during the course of this as a substantial hit for a company. I actually probably think in terms of the impact on it, there's a stigma attached to having to being the one who gets the fine anyway. So I think it's a combination of the stigma and the money. And I really think that, the motivation has been there to make sure that you don't fall outside the, the limits of the program.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fina. And Mr. Chair, if I could just follow up, I do recognize that the point of the program is not to accrue large fines. It's to make sure that that your rates and incentives work in a way that where people are not falling into outlier status. And so that really just leads to a follow-up question. So you say you're evaluating this every year to make sure that vessels are being, quote unquote, challenged by the rates that you're setting. And I want to know how you're determining whether the rates that you're setting are a challenge for folks. Can you just speak quickly to that? And then that'll be my last question. Thank you.
Sure, Mr. Chair and Ms. Campbell. What we've done is looked at where people fall relative to the different rates throughout the year, and what we've seen is patterns where, particularly in the beginning of the year, you'll see boats significantly over the rate, and looking at it on a monthly basis, you'll see boats significantly over the rate. And then as you fish on and cumulatively accrue catch during the year, we've seen vessels pull themselves in line with it. And that's been our evaluation of it to this point, is looking at how vessels behave and when they've exceeded, do vessels exceed the rate ever? And the answer is yes, they do. And how do they behave when they exceed that rate? And we see them, we've seen a pattern of vessels really working to get in compliance with it. And an occasional vessel drop out and just say, okay, I can't stay in this fishery anymore because I'm not having good luck finding my way around finding my way around falling into a halibut penalty, so I'm going to leave.
Okay, thank you for that, Dr. Fina. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Meekum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not exactly sure who to ask this question. Probably my first dumb question of the meeting, but there'll be more. Maybe to Mark Fina. So if you look at Table 1, the 2008 to 2015, and the bycatch rate running in, 6.5. Post 2015 implementation, if you throw out the first year, 2015, thinking that we're still figuring this out, you get into the 4.5, and then you look at 2020, 2021, more in the 3.5. So I've been told that we shouldn't look at 2021 as some sort of practical or achievable level because of market conditions. So again, this may not be a perfect question for Mark, but can you just give me a overview understanding, without getting too far into the weeds, why we should not look at that as practical because of these market conditions? And if there were market conditions at play, which fish are we talking about? Which species primarily? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Meekum, I guess I would look at a couple of things when I look at 2021, and I'd also keep a couple of thoughts in the back of your mind when you look at 2021. The amount of, if you look at the total groundfish column, you can see the total amount of groundfish is down pretty significantly, 40,000 from the year before. So that is an indication that something's happening, that we're catching a lot less fish. I realize it's not the end of the year. It's updated through 11/10, so it's not quite through the end of the year. But there's a drop in the amount of groundfish we caught relative to the preceding year. The other thing that I think I would keep in the back of my mind is that, we did have some boats, and the market impact there is primarily flatfish, because that's a species that's shipped primarily to Chinese markets for reprocessing, and then is distributed throughout the world, and with a share of it coming back here. So I think a combination of tariffs and COVID, and I don't know, most of you are aware of this, but Chinese ports have been very difficult to get frozen products through this year because of some of their COVID protocols. And, so you hear the stories on the news about shipping being backed up in China. So all of that has really affected our ability to target flatfish and get it delivered to the markets in China that we have historically used. And really, there aren't other markets that have the capacity to take that fish at this stage. I mean, hopefully they'll develop in the future, and hopefully not too far in the future. But that makes 2021, that together with all the COVID protocols that we've been trying to deal with through this year, I think make 2021 a pretty hard year to look at. And I think the same applies to 2020, maybe a little bit less so, but it also is a pretty significant factor in 2020. I think if you really the years that are reflective of what we can perform when we're fully up and operating are 2016 to 2019, when we had all the tools that we've had available to us, and we've been, they've been fully deployed. And, I guess, that's, we see that kind of, the variation you see across years, I think, is something that we've kind of come to expect.
Through the chair.
Mr. Meekum.
Thank you for that. Well, I guess I understand volume, right? I understand markets and pandemic and how that all affects the total pounds, but I don't understand still the differential relative decline in rate as that might relate to markets.
Okay. And well, I think the rates don't necessarily relate to markets. The rates really reflect fishing conditions. And I would say, maybe the rate came down a little bit in 2020 and 2021 because as you drop your catch of flatfish, you do drop your rate of halibut because some of the other species that you may be targeting and represent a little bit larger share of what you've caught had it comes at a lower rate than the flatfish would. So to the extent that we've reduced the flatfish proportion of our groundfish catch, you're going to see that rate come down a little bit. But also what I would point out is that 2018 and 2019, both were really warm water years in the Bering Sea. And that's really where the rate came from, is that we found in those 2 years, particularly, that the halibut were much more integrated with our catch than they had been in some of the other years. And I guess this is going to sound wrong, but I would say that in 2016, 17, 18, 19, we were working, really, really hard to avoid halibut. It was a top priority for all of our captains on the water. If you look back at 2008, 9, 10, and compare the rates in those years to the rates in 2018 and 2019, 2018 and 2019, we were moving away from halibut a lot more than we had been in 2008, 2009, 2010. But with, comparable or higher rates. And that's that's conditions on the grounds. And, we view those, that's a concern for us because we think that they're fairly unpredictable. And I would say that what really shows up, the other thing that really shows up in terms of the rates here is if you look at the mortality rate on the right-hand column, in 2019 particularly, the spread between the catch rate shown in the third column from the right and the mortality rate shown in the last column, I mean, that's a pretty substantial cut, and that's really all deck sorting. That is just finding that you're catching, more halibut than you want to catch and you can afford to catch, and really working hard during deck sorting to try to get those halibut back in the water alive. And I think without that tool, we would have been in a much harder spot in 2019 and 2018.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Pina.
Dr. Pina. Okay. Any additional questions on the Amendment 80 report? All right. I don't see any. Thanks again, Mr. Gobbin and Dr. Pina. Okay, back to
Thank
you, Mr. Witherell.
Thanks.
Okay, moving on, Mr. Chairman, to the NIMS management report. In addition to the rulemaking progress report and in-season management updates, the NIMS report provides an update on a number of issues, including the final ADP with listed and deployment rates for partial coverage strata, the proposed rule to establish a uniform, nationally consistent minimum insurance standard that would apply to programs which authorize an observer provider to deploy an observer. There are also changes to the cost recovery fee for the Amendment 80, CDQ, and AFA inshore sectors. And lastly, the NIMS management report also includes updates on aquaculture opportunity areas, tribal consultation, guided angler fish use, changes to the MMPA list of fisheries for the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, Pacific rockfish trawl fisheries, the virtual annual conference of the Donut Hole Convention, a waiver for NEPA regulatory time and page limits for another year through November 5th, 2022, and staff changes with Mr. Meekum serving as acting regional administrator and Jennifer Mondragon acting as deputy regional administrator. We do have an oral report from Mary Flunis and Steve Whitney, who will provide the year-end in-season management report for the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska. But before we move into that, I'll stop here to see if there are any questions from NIMS staff. Maybe Mr. Merrill is available. Okay, seeing none, let's move. Seeing none, let's move forward with the oral report from Ms. Flunis and Mr. Whitney.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Witherell.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Mary Flunis with National Fisheries Service, and we're going to start out this year with a report on the management of the groundfish fisheries off Alaska, federal management. And this report was requested by the council at the October council meeting, responding to several comments on why the catch reports showed overages. So this is about 11 slides, and then we'll move on to the Bering Sea report and then the Gulf of Alaska report. So make sure I have. The next slide is just an overview of the annual catch limits, which is a system designed to prevent overfishing of a species stock. And here we can see that the ABC is set less than the overfishing level to reduce the probability that overfishing might occur.
The ABC is set equal to the annual catch limit. The TAC is less than or equal to the ABC and is our annual catch target, or ACT is a term used in the ACL system. So the TAC and the ABC are targets and not necessarily hard caps for catch. Our management is at the level of the TAC. So when the TAC is set less than the ABC, the management may be more conservative. In the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands in 2012, most of the TACs were set equal or less. Were set less than the ABC, and that's mostly because the TACs are limited by the 2 million metric ton optimum yield cap. There are some other reasons, like Pacific cod is set to account for the GHL fisheries, and there's ACA mackerel is set lower for stellar sea lion protection measures in the Western Aleutian Islands, and the maximum amount that the Aleutian Islands pollock tax can be set is at 19,000 metric tons. So in 2021, 5 species in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands had tax that were set equal to the ABC. In the Gulf of Alaska, most tax are set equal to the ABC because the total tax have always been much less than the 800,000 metric ton OY cap in the Gulf of Alaska. But in 2021, 7 to 8 tax were set less than the ABC, again for GHL fisheries and otherwise just to only provide amounts that were for incidental catch and not for directed fishing. So the next slide just reviews these average biological benchmarks from 2004 to 2021. There's nothing special about this time frame. We're just using these years because they're included in our current catch accounting system database. So for the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, you can see that the average OFLs and ABCs are over the 2 million metric ton optimum yield cap. But in the Gulf of Alaska, the average OFLs and ABCs are under the 800,000 cap for the Gulf. The optimum yield the optimum yield range are set in regulations, and that the average tax in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, even though they're usually set at 2 million metric tons, there have been a few years when that was set less, so the average doesn't equal that 2 million metric tons. And in the Gulf of Alaska, the average is about 385,000 metric tons. In the Bering Sea, the average catch over this time frame has been about 1.8 million metric tons, and the Gulf, the average catch was 225,600 metric tons. The next slide shows, slide's got a little tweak in the presentation, so it should be a little easier to read than that, but this slide shows that these biological benchmarks relative to the biomass estimates each year, and that the total catch is less than the total tax over the years. And thanks to Jim Iannelli for updating this slide. We're also working on a similar slide for the Gulf of Alaska, and we'll make it available when it's done and completed. So this slide is just to show that the ACLs are in both the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands and Gulf of Alaska FMPs, and it also enlists our in-season management authority. So just to point out a few things, can you see my cursor there? Hello?
Oh, there you go. Yep.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, just to point out a few things where, again, the ACL is equivalent to the ABC. Sorry. The targeted fishing is closed before reaching the TAC to account for incidental catch and other fisheries. The maximum retail amounts when a species are closed for directed fishing is used. Also, we prohibit retention to remove the increase in any incentive to increase incidental catch, and explanation of our overfishing level closures. So when we approach an overfishing level, we have authority to close specific fisheries by gear and area that incur the greatest incidental catch. And if we needed to, we can close more fisheries if necessary. And so the next slide will just walk through some of these in-season management steps. So we have two main accountability measures to avoid seeding the TAC and the ABC when it's set equal to the TAC. First, we can prohibit directed fishing, and second, purging retention. So when we get after the council sets the TACs every year and we're preparing the final harvest specifications, we look at the TAC amounts to determine if after setting aside incidental catch, is there enough to open directed fishing? And if not, then we close those species in the harvest specifications. And those species closures are fairly consistent over the years in the harvest specifications. And then if that set aside does still support directed fishing, we open directed fishing and full retention is allowed. I just wanted to talk a little bit more about setting aside our incidental catch amounts. We do that by estimating what we need for incidental catch by looking at the incidental catch in previous years, what the current TACs are set at for all species, and then if there's any management changes that could change the incidental catch. So for some species, and some species also have more variable incidental catch from year to year. So for some species, they're fully allocated to catch share programs where we need to specify the incidental catch in the harvest specifications, so the rest may be allocated to the catch share programs. Also, for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands hook and line and pot sector allocations of Pacific cod, there is a regulation that we set aside the incidental catch and the remaining amounts by sector are for the directed fishing allowance. The incidental catch allowances that we set in the harvest specifications can be more difficult to predict because it's set at the beginning of the season and we don't know exactly how the fisheries will progress throughout the year. And that can be one of the reasons for overages that are seen on the catch reports, and that may require us to increase the incidental catch to be set higher than next year. Otherwise, our incidental catch allowances are set during the fishing season for species that aren't in the catch share program, and the incidental catch allowance may decrease as the fishery progresses depending on catch rates. So then back to when we do prohibit directed fishing, we allow retention up to the maximum retainable amounts, and they can be found in tables 10 for the Gulf of Alaska and 11 for the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, and for the rockfish program in table 30. And this is the second year of the program that for non-trawl catch vessels, they have full rockfish retention, even if rockfish is on a prohibited retention status. So then when we start to approach a TAC for a species that's open for directed fishing, we determine the final incidental catch allowance and set the directed fishing allowance. When that directed fishing allowance is reached, then we prohibit directed fishing. And as incidental catch continues, and if it is going to reach the TAC, then we would prohibit retention. And then again, we have the overfishing level closures and closures for prohibited species catch limits. So at the beginning of the year, it's difficult to predict how the fishery will perform over the next 12 months. Catch rates can change, prices and markets can change how much of the species is caught. So the Council has provided NIMS with some in-season flexibility to address these uncertainties. These management tools are specified in regulations, but they don't always allow NIMS to respond to unanticipated events. So under the regulations, the tax can change during the fishing year, and as long as the tax doesn't exceed the acceptable biological catch, the ABC. Most of the tax changes are done by in-season actions, which are published in the Federal Register and sent out as information bulletins and posted on our website to our information bulletin page. There are some changes to the tax that aren't published in the Federal Register, and those are transfers by CDQ groups or cooperatives that are allowed to transfer their quota. Also, most of the time, these changes to the tax are done near the end of the fishing year. So the catch reports may show an overage that goes away after these reallocations are done. So we're just moving on to what some of those are. First, we have the non-specified reserves that we use in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. Now we're down to 14 species that contribute between 4.3 and 15% of their TAC to the non-specified reserve. The non-specified reserve may be used to increase the non-CDQ TAC during the fishing year, because the CDQ groups do not, their TAC does not contribute to the non-specified reserve. The non-specified reserve is not designated by species or species group, just a pool of the TAC, and any amount of the non-specified reserve may be apportioned to the non-CDQ TAC for species that contribute to the non-specified reserve. So in some years, we fully use that non-specified reserve to cover overages under the ABC. In 2021, we have done one reallocation from the non-specified reserve. And in 2020, we did fully use the non-specified reserves, and we could have used some more to cover some of those tax overages. Also, we have regulations that allow us to project its unused amounts of Aleutian Islands pollock. There will be projected unused amounts of Aleutian Islands pollock that can be reallocated to the Bering Sea, as long as we don't exceed the ABC in the Bering Sea. And when we do that, we check with the CDQ groups for their allocation of the Aleutian Islands tax and with the Aleut Corporation. In the Gulf of Alaska, the Western and Central pollock fisheries have limited amounts that can be rolled from one season to another, or between the 610, 620, and 630 areas. So, but with the changes from the pollock season of the Gulf from 4 to 2, we don't think this will be used as much as it was before, and we didn't do any of these changes in the TAC in 2021. And next, we'll go to the flatfish reserve, or the flatfish exchanges. So the CDQ groups and then 80 cooperatives may exchange allocations of flathead sole, rock sole, and yellowfin sole, so the TAC does not exceed the ABC. And we have a link on our website that shows all of those flatfish exchanges over the years. Again, the Pacific cod sectors can have reallocations following the hierarchy established by the Council. And also, again, CDQ groups and some of the catch share programs are allowed to transfer cooperatives between cooperatives. So some of the explanations on why there are overages on the catch reports. In some years, we didn't fully apportion or reallocate from the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands non-specified reserves to cover those overages. and also some of the sector reallocations were not done. Towards the end of the year, we can't change something in the previous year after the year is over. So we couldn't, if fishing goes right up to the end of December, we can't do any of those changes after the year is over. Also, an allocation of the TAC can be exceeded, but the total TAC is not exceeded. And this could be, one example is when the incidental catch account is exceeded, but the other allocations are not exceeded, or vice versa. And one thing we can do there is increase the incidental catch account allowance the next year. Also, an example of this can be in the Aleutian Islands between Ack mackerel and Pacific Ocean perch, because they fish those species often during the same trip. Sometimes the catch gets into the incidental catch count when they expect it to come off their allocation. And when that happens, the sector will often make sure that they leave some fish in the account that they didn't have an overage in to balance that out. Also, one area can be exceeded, and that the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands wide or the Gulf wide catch has not been exceeded. And just a reminder that sablefish is managed Alaska wide. And then we just have two more slides to report that mostly 90% to 100% of the species catch is by trawl gear, but there are some species that have higher catches by hook and line and pot gear. So in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, the average catch from 2004 to 2021 is higher for hook and line pot and pot gear for octopus, Pacific cod, sablefish, and skate. And then also in the Gulf of Alaska, those same species plus thorny head, rockfish, and shark. And then also, overages can be on the catch reports just because NMFS didn't close the fishery in time. We have to project what the catch rates will be when we determine what the closure date will be, and fishing rates can change. The weather could be forecast to be bad, but then isn't, and so vessels that were expected not to fish continue fishing. Vessels can leave, or more vessels can join before the closure date is done. So that's also one of the reasons for overages. So I just want to end this part of the presentation with saying that anybody is welcome to call in the in-season management staff if they have any questions on the catch reports or what's going on with the fisheries during the season. And that ends that report.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Furunas. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Furunas, for that report. I really appreciate you putting that together. I know just your in-season report is a lot of work for you this time, you and your staff this time of year. So I think this was really helpful. I appreciate walking through the in-season management considerations very much. I think it's not necessarily clear to a lot of members of the public how that's done, and I think that prompted this request, and you definitely fulfilled that. I do have a couple of questions. My first question, early in your presentation, you were clear that ABCs and TACs are targets for management, not hard caps. And I think that point in particular is challenging for some people to understand. And maybe this isn't totally fair, but can you help provide some of the explanation behind that management approach? I suppose it would be an option to have ABC and TACs as hard caps, but generally speaking for groundfish, can you give us a thumbnail explanation of why in the North Pacific we've chosen the path that you described, that they're targets.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Baker. Well, I guess I would say there, with the implementation of catch share programs, some allocations of the TAC are actually hard caps because if a cooperative exceeds their allocation, then it's an enforcement action. We send those overages to enforcement. So I guess I would just say that the ABC is a level of the stock where the annual catch accounts for the scientific uncertainty and our estimate of the overfishing level and any other scientific uncertainty. So, and then of course that TAC is our annual catch target, and it's based on the ABC after considering social and economic factors and management uncertainty. And some of that uncertainty can be the ability of managers to constrain the catch so that the annual catch limit is not exceeded. I guess, this whole system is set up so to prevent overfishing. I don't know if that quite gets to your answer, though, or your question.
Yep. Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you for that, Ms. Furness. It does, and I guess you can correct me if I'm wrong, but what also came through clearly to me in your presentation, in addition to the entire system being set up and focused on preventing overfishing as specified in the Magnuson Act, it also seems to recognize pretty variable conditions from year to year in our groundfish fisheries. And is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's true. That is fine. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. And I do have one more follow-up, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you. And Ms. Furness, also, again, trying to really home in on some of the comments that the council's received related to this issue. I appreciate you reviewing on a few of your slides there toward the end about potential reasons for what members of the public have been referring to as overages on the catch reports that they can access online. And I particularly, you presented some potential reasons, I think, on your slide 11. And I wanted to tie a little bit of some of the terminology that you used in your presentation, ABCs, tax, allocations of tax, things like that. And I'm wondering, I know there's a lot of detail, but I'm looking at the BSAI catch report, for example, and the different accounts. That's generally a species for a specific gear type. The catch is on that report, as is what's called the quota. And so I'm going to try to make this as simple a question as I can. Generally speaking, on these catch reports online, I'm gathering certainly the quota is not referring to the ABC. Is it usually referring to a TAC, or is it usually referring to a further allocation of that TAC?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Baker, yes, that use of the term quota on our catch reports, I think was put in place because, just the terminology, a lot of people understand the term quota more than the term total allowable catch or TAC. So, years ago, back to the early 90s, that's the term has been used on the catch reports, but it just refers to the TAC. Our catch reports are our main catch report is a little different because it shows for some species, just the full TAC. Some species like Bering Sea Pacific cod are broken out by the AFA sectors. CDQ allocations are broken out. And then in the Aleutians, some of the incidental catch allowances are broken out for ACA mackerel. So it depends on the species. Some are broken out by further allocations of the TAC, and some are just showing the full TAC for that year. Also, you know, some of the non-specified reserves that haven't been reallocated back to the species that contribute to them, that amount is not shown on our catch reports, and you can tell that if you go to the very bottom of the Bering Sea catch report. If the TACs were set equal to 2 million metric tons that year, if the total at the bottom of the catch report isn't 2 million metric tons, then you know that there's still TAC that's sitting in that reserve, non-specified reserve pool. So yeah, it's basically the TAC that's showing up on our catch report.
Through the chair, Ms. Furunas, thank you. That's really helpful. And again, I appreciate your presentation and for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions?
Sure. And I think, you know, we could work on simplifying our catch reports so they're more understandable for the public. We do get questions on them about that. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Furunas.
And now we can move to the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands presentation.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Can go ahead and get a little start there. I think we're about due for a morning break here, but if you'd like to get started, we can find a natural break point.
Okay, that sounds good. Let me know. So starting out with the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Species Management Report. This report and past species management reports can be found on our website at this link, and then just what we were referring to before, our catch reports can also be found on our website. So first is, and I also just want to say that I'll start out the report, and Steve Whitney is going to take over when we get to the ACA mackerel slide, and then I'll finish up when we get to about the skate slide. So this is our first slide that just shows our references that we refer to, the reporting areas in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, and some of the abbreviations for our year and sectors. The first slide just looks at the total catch over the years. You can see that it's decreasing in 2021 compared to previous years, and that's mostly a reduction in the Pacific cod, TAC, and yellowfin sole and rock sole catches. So also you can see in the table on the right that the TAC in 2021 was set at 2 million metric tons, and the total TAC is not equal to that yet, and that just again shows you that there's still some species in the non-specified reserves. And we're estimating that and this report was run on November 12th, and we were estimating that 15,000 metric tons more of catch, but I think we're going to be a little over that amount as fishing continues. So the next slide is an overview of the groundfish catch over the year by year and sector. It's fairly typical pattern every year, except for the January fisheries in February started slower. There was a delay in pollock due to COVID, plant closures, and just protocols for COVID. Also, the trawl catch a vessel Pacific cod fleet didn't start fishing until February 12th. And also catch dropped off in late September to the end of the year, and we'll talk about that. We had closure of Bering Sea non-CDQ Pacific cod, and also the pollock fisheries ended earlier than they had in 2020 fishing year. So moving to looking closer at pollock, here's where the trawl catcher vessels targeted pollock and caught pollock during the A season. And again, we provide our estimate of the mean center of catch, and the black triangle is for 2021 and the blue circle is for 2020. So on this report, the mean center of catch moves about 66 nautical miles to the northwest from 2020. Next is a slide for A season catcher processors. And again, the movement of the catch was 42 nautical miles to the northwest from 2020. Looking at the Bering Sea B season for trawl catcher vessels, again, there's a little less movement, 27 nautical miles to the northeast from 2020. And then finally for the pollock catcher processors in the B season, and the most movement here was 105 nautical miles to the southeast from 2020. So looking at the catch by the different pollock sectors, first looking at the A season chart, you can see that catch was variable during the A season due to some COVID closures and COVID protocols. And the AFA and in the table, the AFA and the CDQ allocations were at 99 to 100% of their allocations, which included a reallocation from the Aleutian Islands of 12,600 metric tons for the AFA sector directed fishing and 1,900 tons for the CDQ sector. Also, you can see that for the B season, most of the sectors had completed their allocations by the end of September. And the B season did have higher catch rates for most every week over 2020. Moving on to the pollock catch in the Aleutian Islands, there was no directed fishing for pollock in 2021. So all of it was incidental catch. Most of the catch was in the rockfish target, about 900 metric tons, then Kamchatka at 400 metric tons, and Eka mackerel at 370 metric tons. Moving on, we have 2 slides that look at the incidental catch of pollock. First, it shows that most of the incidental catch is by trawl catcher processors in the yellowfin sole, Pacific cod, flathead sole, and rock sole targets. Then also at the top of the columns, the catch is from trawl catcher vessels and the fixed gear sectors. And another slide that looks at the trawl catch processor incidental catch of pollock over the years. You can see that there is a decrease in 2021 compared to previous years. And that's mostly a decrease in yellowfin sole and rock sole and Pacific cod, and then some increase in the flathead sole target. Then moving to Pacific cod. Here's where the trawl fleet caught Pacific cod. Again, the mean center catch has a 64 nautical mile movement to the northwest from 2020. And then looking at the catch by the 3 trawl sectors, for the AFA trawl catcher processors, record fishing was closed on January 20th, which is their opening date if it was open. And catch was prohibited for retention on March 15th when the original 2,571 metric ton TAC for the AFA CPs was reached. And we have our reallocation slide a little later, but so the catch the TAC in this table shows that 2,554 metric tons that was reallocated from the trawl catcher vessels to the AFA catcher processes. You can see that Amendment 80 has the higher Pacific cod catch mostly in February and March, but it's fairly steady all year. For the trawl catcher vessels, they did stand down to February 12th when catch rates are better and they have much slower incidental catch of Pacific cod. In the A and their B season in 2021, they did operate under a voluntary catch share program. And so that helped spread the Pacific cod fishery out over those seasons, which is a change from the very short seasons we've had for the last few years. So the B season was open until April 23rd, and the C season was open for the entire C season, mostly incidental catch. So looking closer at the trawl catcher processor Pacific cod by target, the catch has decreased in the Pacific cod target with the decrease in the Pacific cod TAC, and most of the catch is in rock sole and yellowfin sole, and then you see that increase in the pollock target. So looking next at the trawl catcher vessel Pacific cod catch by target, again the catch is down with a lower Pacific cod TAC. Their catch is also down in their pollock target, and in the flathead sole, yellowfin sole, flatfish, which is mostly yellowfin sole target, and again, most of their catch is in the Pacific cod target. Then moving to the Aleutian Islands to look at the Pacific cod catch just in the Aleutian Islands, you can see that there was targeted Pacific cod catch throughout the year, but most of it was after we had the B season non-CDQ closure on September 17th. Most of the catch was by hook and line here, about 3,300. Then non-pelagic trawl had about 3,000 metric tons, and pot here had about 1,000 metric tons of the catch. Moving on to look at Pacific cod by the non-trawl year sectors, and looking at their mean center of catch is 51 nautical mile movement south-southeast from 2020. And then to look at the catch by sector, you can see the short pot and hook and line catch vessel seasons at the beginning and end of the year. Hook and line catcher processors fish all year except for a break between their A and B seasons. And then you can see that catch drop off with the closure of the Bering Sea non-CDQ sectors on September 17th. Then looking at just the CDQ Pacific cod catch, you can see that almost every gear type except for jig is caught, catches CDQ Pacific cod. Most of the catch is from hook and line gear, about 65% of the catch. 17% is from pot, 13% is from non-pelagic trawl gear, and about 5% is from pelagic trawl gear. And it's all CDQ P cod. It's also mostly in the Pacific cod target at about 81% of the catch in the Pacific cod target. So this is a slide that shows the Pacific cod apportionments by all the different sectors, and also shows our reallocations. In 2021, we did 3 reallocations from the jig and the greater than 60 hook and line catcher vessels to the less than 60 hook and line and pot sector. Also, we reallocated some from the pot catcher vessels to the pot catcher processors, and from the trawl catcher vessels to the less than 60, we reallocated 500 metric tons, and then that 2,554 metric tons to the AFA catcher processors. And also just point out when the Pacific Cod TAC is low, it does result in less reallocations to other sectors as each sector reaches more of their allocation when Pacific Cod TACs are low. And so now I'm going to hand it over to Steve Whitney to discuss mackerel and flatfish. Steve, are you there?
See him up in the presenter list yet.
Through the chair, Mary, this is Diana Evans. I see that Steve Whitney was in the AP, and I tried to message him. I have not seen him come in the room unless he is connected in some way that we can't see.
Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll take our morning break now and then come back and start up with Mr. Whitney if he's available.
Thank you.
All right, great. So it's 9:41 Alaska time. We'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll resume.
unmuted.
That was harsh.
council please come back to order? I think we've got most of the group back together. There may be some people joining back in with after restarting associated with some issues with Adobe Connect, but looks like we have Mr. Steve Whitney online and available to continue with the presentation. I'll just apologize in advance here. I'm going to need to step away at some point during Mr. Whitney's presentation, and Mr. Twite will take over the chair role while I'm absent. I'll be back after a bit. Mr. Whitney, are you available?
I am, and I'm sorry I wasn't here earlier. I was over tracking the harvest specs in the AP. But you members of the council, I'm Steve Whitney. I'm in-season management and Mary Furness's group. And so I'll jump right in. So that's where Mary left off. So Atka Mackerel, this is it's mostly Amendment 80 and CDQ, and it's been, you can see it started in February. It's been starting a little bit earlier in recent years, although not quite as early as previous years. It's split into two seasons, A season and B season. It ends in June, which is why you see that dip in June when A season gets fished up completely. And then in September and October, you'll see another dip there, and that's when the fish spawn and scatter, and it's hard for the fleet to find fish for a brief period there. And these numbers are preliminary, but usually you can see in the fall, the very end, which pretty much the area 541 closer to town. And I suspect this will be near 100% by the time the data settles at the end of the year. And Pacific Ocean perch, next slide. This one as well is so the Aleutian Islands is primarily Amendment 80 and CDQ, and I think 541 will probably be close to 100% by the end of the year. And Bering Sea, it's fished as a voluntary cooperative, and we usually don't open that one up until near the end of the pollock season, since some is taken incidental on pollock, and that one will probably be near 100% by the end of the year as well. Northern rockfish, this one it's almost completely a incidental catch in the Atka mackerel fishery. And it used to be, when I started, it was primarily area 542. And you can see there's kind of been an increase in area 543. And when you go back and look at the historical data, that's happened before. This isn't the first time. Okay, so other rockfish. So other rockfish is a complex. I'm moving these on my screen. I just want to make sure that the council can see the moving as well.
Sorry, say that again, Mr. Whitney?
I was moving these on my screen. I just wanted to make sure that you guys were following, see it as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you have any questions, feel free to chime in. So other rockfish, this is a complex of several species, and it's most of the catch comes from two species. In Atka mackerels, especially in area 541, we'll have dusky rockfish mixed in with the Atka mackerel catch. And then in the Pacific Ocean perch, we'll get thorny head rockfish. So that's on the two ends of this one. Those are the two that you'll see. And in the Aleutian Islands, we prohibited retention September 26th. So black spotted rough-eye. This one, you see Atka mackerel there, but I suspect most of that is actually, we sometimes targeting doesn't work as well in the Aleutian, so that's probably mostly in Pacific Ocean perch. So this is mostly caught in Pacific Ocean perch, and then there's a smaller amount caught in freezer longline Pacific cod in the Aleutian Islands. And we went over in the western and central, but we're still under in Bering Sea and eastern Aleutian Islands. And short raker rockfish, this one's caught in a far more diverse group of fisheries. The data here says that we're over, but we're hoping that's going to change by the end of the year. There's some wonky extrapolations going on, and so we'll have to see by December 31st where we stand on that one. Okay, and then on to flatfish. And this one is, there's a lot going on in this slide. This is a mix of several species. And of course, in the Bering Sea, the dominant species is yellowfin sole. And you can see that large band from north of the red king crab box over to north of the Pribilost is yellowfin sole, and up in Togiak and off the Kuskokwim River. And they'll tend to start south, and then later in the year when the fish move up to spawn, they'll move up to Togiak and off the Kuskokwim. If you look in area 518 and 541 out west there towards the Aleutians, as well as up near along the slope up to the Russian border, those are Kamchak and arrowtooth flounder fisheries. If you look west of the Pribs in the mid 523, you'll see a grouping of fish there. That's a flathead sole fishery. And then just hugging the Alaska Peninsula north of Unimak Island, that'll be the rock sole fishery. And so usually they start in rock sole, and then they'll quickly move to yellowfin. Recent years, a lot of boats have been going straight to yellowfin. And then they'll, towards midsummer, when yellowfin become less desirable, where they get more halibut catch, also the fish spawn out, they'll switch to flathead and Kamchak and arrowtooth. And so this is the flatfish catch by MM80 vessels, where most of the flatfish is caught. And here you can see yellowfin sole dominates it. It's the largest flatfish fishery in planet Earth. And there you'll see in the summer there where they tend to jump out of yellowfin sole. And what you can't see on this one is that they actually add a lot of Pacific Ocean perch, so they like to keep their boats running pretty steadily. And so this is flatfish catch by non-MM80 vessels, and this is pretty much all trawl limited access yellowfin sole. And generally, in recent years, we've actually been closing it. It's kind of you flip a coin whether we're going to hit the halibut PSC limitation or the actual yellowfin allocation, and we've been finishing in May. This year, it's kind of a sign of the times. We haven't closed it, and they've caught less than half of the yellowfin tack and taken less than half of the PSC allowance. And that's the first time in probably 10 years or so that this has happened. So that's an odd year there. And here you can see the flatfish catch by species, and you can see, again, the drop in. The thing that really stands out is, of course, yellowfin dominates everything. And 2021 is lower than previous years. And some of this is there'll be data coming in late, but 2021 will be a significantly lower catch than previous years. Moving on to Greenland turbot, it's caught both incidentally in Kamchatka arrowtooth flounder by AED fleets and CDQ, and also as well it's targeted by Friesel longliners. And you can see this year there really was negligible Friesel longline catch, and that's primarily because they're having trouble with whale prediction. It's no longer it's becoming less of a viable fishery for the Friesel longline fleet. And moving on to Kamchatka and arrowtooth flounder, these are caught together. They're targeted. The difference is you can see that the Kamchatka is you only catch it when you're actually actively fishing arrowtooth and Kamchatka, and that's because it tends to stay on the slope there. Whereas arrowtooth, it's mostly on the slope, but it spreads across the shelf. Well, you'll pick up arrowtooth in yellowfin sole, pollock fisheries, pretty hook and line cod fisheries. So arrowtooth is everywhere, but Kamchatka is more right on the shelf. So, and this one, we closed Kamchatka on July 19th, and if we hadn't done that, they probably would have taken the entire 100% of the quota. And this is a tricky one to close because we do it so early in the year. there's so much incidental catch in arrowtooth that it's, of every closure we make, this one is the one I have the least confidence in. But it's notable that of all the flatfish, Kamchatka was the only one that the fleets would have actually fished to their limit had we given them the opportunity. And here's the flatfish catch in the Bering Sea. See again, yellowfin sole dominates it, and also Kamchatka is the only one that's most of the catch was taken. Alaska Place was high too, but that's an incidental one. We usually release reserves. This year we released no reserves for any of the flatfish. That's the first time I can remember that. Another statement of another sign of the condition of the fisheries. And so this is a big surprise to me. It's so for the first time since we implemented flatfish exchanges, there were no flatfish exchanges in 2021. And this is just probably that their fishing has been so light that nobody hit constraints this year. It's another sign of reduced market conditions in the flatfish fisheries. And on a similar note, so the CDQ groups in general, they get 10.7% of the allocation. And then these are split amongst 6 groups. So what that gives you is some pretty tiny pools of fish to work with, and they're hard caps. So to keep from going over hard caps, CDQ groups tend to be required to trade amongst each other to make themselves whole. And you can see there are less than half the number of transfers this year as last year. And again, that's kind of goes with all the other indicators we have that it hasn't been a stellar year for many of these fisheries. And skates catch, it's incidental in lots of the fisheries, but this is, if you merge the freezer longline cod fishery with the flatfish fisheries, the map would probably look similar to this. These are incidental catches in both of those fisheries. And we released the 4,700 metric tons from non-specified reserves. So we increased the final TAC. But we're still well below ABC on this one. Sharks and octopuses. This is sharks are generally caught incidentally in pollock fisheries is the largest source. And then for octopus, it's mostly Pacific cod pot fishery. And we added some non-specified reserves to the sharks, but we're still well below ABC, so no concern there. And hook and line, not including Pacific cod, you'll see there's a little bit of pollock because pollock's everywhere. And the retained halibut is the direct halibut fishery, but mostly this is just incidental skates, which are pretty heavily caught in the freezer longline cod fisheries. And no questions, I'll hand it back over to Mary.
Thanks, Steve.
Right. Ms. Varunas.
Thank you. So moving on to Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands stablefish catch. Again, we do have an overage for Bering Sea trawl allocation of the catch, and we created retention for that on July 17th. But the overall catch is down compared to 2020 by about 2,000 metric tons. Also, we changed this slide a little bit in this year's report to be able to see the 6-gear catch compared to the trawl catch. We put those diagonal lines on the 6-gear catch, and it's at the top of the columns. You can see how the catch came out through the year. Okay, and moving to the next slide. We have a slide that just shows the CDQ fishing without the Pacific cod and pollock, which can dominate what other species they catch. So this shows that they also catch a fair amount of acromackerel, yellowfin sole, POP, and sablefish, along with other incidental catch species. And then moving to our non-specified reserve and our prohibited species slide. So here's the species that we released the non-specified reserve so far in 2021. And then at the bottom shows the species that we prohibited retention for in 2020 compared to 2021. So just walking through those both years, Pacific cod for AFA catcher processors, Bering Sea trawl sablefish, and we just have all the sectors shown in this table, on the table for 2021 broken out, but it's basically the same closure. In 2021, we had the rockfish, black-spotted rough-eye rockfish closure in August, and that also happened in 2020. Other rockfish in the Aleutian Islands in both years, and in 2021 we've also prohibited retention for shortreeker rockfish. So moving on to our discard slides. First for trawl gear, this slide is sorted by the 2021% retained column on the far right. So you can see the percent retained range from 99% retained for pollock down to about 2% retained for other species, which is sharks and octopus. Overall, the total catch is down a little bit, and that, but overall, the retained catch is at 98%, which is the same as in 2020. Moving on to the fixed gear retained and discard slide. First at the top is for hook and line gear. Again, the same sorting. So the range was from 98% retained for Pacific cod and down to 0% retention for sharks. And the biggest change was a decrease in 2021 for Pacific cod. And also, the total catch is down from 2020, and therefore the percent retained is also down a little bit at 87% retained overall. Then for pot gear, again, that ranges from 100% retained for Pacific cod down to 5% retained here for other species, but that there's quite a few species in that other species category for pot gear. Overall, a decrease in their total catch of Pacific cod, but an increase in catch by pot gear for sablefish. But overall, their total catch is down compared to 2020, and the percent retained is at 96% compared to 95% in 2021. Moving on to our prohibited species catch slide. This is an overview of a prohibited species catch, and some of these have more slides that break it out into more detail. First, at the top, for the Bering Sea pollock fishery, the Chinook salmon limit was at this low limit in 2021 at 45,000 Chinooks, and they reported 31% of that. Again, in 2022, the salmon limit will be 45,000 Chinook salmon. No catch of Chinook salmon in the Aleutian Islands pollock fishery. There wasn't a directed pollock fishery this year. And we'll look closer at the incidental catch in the non-pollock targets. For non-Chinook salmon, we did see this high catch in 2021, and we'll have more slides looking at that. And for the non-pollock, non-Chinook salmon. For trawl gear, for crab and herring on the left-hand side, we have more reports that break this out, except for the blue king crab and golden king crab catch. And Also for fixed year, we have a report that looks at some of the red king crab and Apelio or snow crab. So moving on, first we'll look closer at halibut per this species. Well, this slide actually shows the total removals of halibut. And we'll start at the top with the IFQ CDQ halibut fishery. The total retained catch there as of November 12th. And remember, the fishery closed December 6th in 2021, so some catch is still coming in. The retained catch was 1,600. We stopped reporting the discards last year because they were biased, and we were overestimating the discard catch in the IFQ CDQ halibut fishery, but that bias has been corrected, and there's a NOAA technical memorandum coming out soon. It's just in the final stages to explain how that correction was made. And then we're using the IPHC's estimate of their discard mortality rate of 16% to come up with the total mortality in that fishery of 24 metric tons of halibut. And then following with the halibut and CDQs and IFQ sablefish fisheries, and then in the Pacific cod target, we called the catch was mostly in the Pacific cod target in 2021, and for hook and line and for pot gear, they did have that sablefish target. So overall, the total mortality is 126 metric tons, but only that 93 metric tons in the hook and line target applies to the PSD limit of 710 metric tons. Then moving on to the left, lower left for the trawl halibut mortality. We're currently, as of November 12th, we're at 49%. Fishing has increased a little bit. So today we're showing the total halibut mortality is 1,317 metric tons, so a little higher than what's shown here. Most of the halibut mortality is in the elephant sole target, and this does not include CDQ. And then we have a slide that shows the deck sorting halibut mortality, and we have moved from that ESP program to a fully regulated program. Then moving on just to look at trawl halibut mortality over the years by compared to 2020. And so far, I think we're still going to stay below what the halibut mortality was for 2020 compared to 2021. And you can see the differences are fairly variable by month. But in 2020 is usually higher than 2021 by month. We have two slides that look at halibut mortality first compared to the 5-year average. If you look at the very bottom row, you see that total catch has decreased by 33%, and then the total rate has decreased by 28%. But there, as you look through the columns, there are some that had an increase in this comparison. One is the total catch for pelagic trawl gear increased a bit, and also for pelagic trawl gear in the CDQ program, and then some of the rates are increased for hook and line catcher processors in the top right-hand column, and also for pelagic trawl gear in both AFA and CDQ. So the next slide just compares it to 2020. And again, if you look at the bottom, overall, 2021 is lower by catch by about 17% and lower in rate by 12%. And then the same individual amounts are similar to the 5-year average. Moving on to looking at our crab incidental catch or bycatch. First of all, is Zone 1 red king crab by trawl gear. We're at 20% of the PSC limit. Most of it is from the yellowfin sole target, You see most of that is from Area 509. Moving on to fixed gear red king crab, we saw that increase of red king crab mostly in the pot Pacific cod fishery in 2021. And the table at the top shows just the estimate of catch in Zone 1, the Zone 1 red king crab area. Moving on to look at Opelio crab or snow crab in the sea Opelio bycatch limitation zone. Again, we're at 4% of the limit, mostly from yellowfin sole and rock sole flathead sole fisheries. It's fairly variable by area and time of the year. And we have a new slide this year that shows the rates of the Opelio crab by different gear types. So starting in the upper left-hand box, it's pelagic trawl gear. Moving to the right, it's non-pelagic trawl gear. The bottom left is for pot gear sector, and then for hook and line gear are those rates. Next is Zone 1 bear dye, and again, we're at 12% of the PSC limit, mostly from the yellowfin sole target in 509 at the beginning of the year, and some in the summer to the end of the year. Zone 2 bear dye is at 20% of the limit, and yellowfin sole is where the target for most of it, and it is also more spread out, but mostly in area 513. Then we have a slide to look at herring incidental catch. It decreased compared to the 2020 catch, where we had to implement herring savings area closures, coming in at about 69% of the herring limit. Still, most of it is in the pollock target, as you can see in the table, and mostly from area 517. So moving on to our salmon side. First is the overall catch compared to previous years for Chinook salmon. You can see that we're at a lower incidental catch compared back to 2012. And then looking at the catch by the ASA sectors that have Chinook salmon limits in the Bering Sea. So they're under all sectors under their limits. And you can see time of year and areas, most of the Chinook salmon from 509 and 517. Then looking at the Chinook catch in the non-pollock fisheries, again, more variable in the areas where they are fishing. There's no overall limit for non-pollock fisheries. Overall, the catch is at 1,641 Chinook salmon. Tables show more breakouts. Moving to non-Chinook salmon, here's that high incidental catch, the highest catch that we've seen, I think, since 2007. And you can see also that in the table that the rates are higher, although for the non-pollock fisheries, it wasn't their highest year in recent years. So here's a new slide this year that shows the counts by gear type. So at the top is for the pelagic trawl, which is the pollock fishery, and then on the lower left, in the non-pelagic trawl fishery, and the hook and line gear on the lower right. So looking at the non-Chinook salmon catch for the pollock fishery by sector, you can see that the inshore sector had the highest catch, and definitely most catch was in July as they were following the pollock. They moved into areas with extremely high non-Chinook incidental catch, and unfortunately it was that high, but they did get out of it as the fishery progressed. And then looking at the non-pollock fisheries for non-Chinook salmon, again, more spread out by the different areas where these sectors fish. And overall, the catch was 4,656 non-Chinook. And I think that's the last slide for Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. If there aren't any questions, we can move to the Gulf of Alaska.
Thank you, Ms. Perunis. I don't see any questions.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Down has a question.
Mr. Down.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mary. I'm curious. I think it was slide number 29 on the crab bycatch. We talked at the October meeting about the, what may have contributed to that high catch of king crab in the fixed gear fishery. And one of the conjectures that we heard in public testimony was that this was an effect of gear testing on one vessel that had an observer, and that was extrapolated out to the rest of the fleet. In other words, the one vessel was using gear that was intentionally meant as a baseline to not implement tools that they have to avoid king crab. So I was just wondering if you were able to make any progress between the October meeting and to he didn't mention anything, but I just was curious if you'd found anything out about why that number was possibly so high. Was it one vessel? Was it more than one vessel? Or were these vessels that were in the that were testing gear that had observers on board, or do we know? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Down, was that for salmon, were you saying? I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part of that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ms. Furness. That was for crab. I think it was your slide 20. I wrote 29 down on here, but I think maybe it was. But this was the bycatch of king crab in the ear fishery.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Down. We are working on our estimation of crab in the pot fishery for electronic monitoring. That crab isn't always identified to species, so we think that there's more data on the incidental catch of crab by pot gear in 2021, and but we haven't been able to work on that estimation yet. So no, we have not. We don't have any more information yet for you on that, but we're still working on it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Furness. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any more.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Down. Okay. There's no further questions. Back to you, Ms. Furness.
Okay, moving on to the Gulf of Alaska. And again, we have previous in-season management reports posted, and our catch report can be found on our website. And the Gulf of Alaska reporting area reference slide and the abbreviations. First, looking at the total groundfish over the year by year and sector. This is also a fairly typical pattern. I just wanted to talk about a few things to look pay attention to while we go through these slides. Some issues in the Gulf this year, our changes in the Gulf this year is that we moved to 2 pollock seasons from 4 pollock seasons. Pacific Cod directive fishing was open in 2021, and if you remember, it was closed for directive fishing in 2020, so we'll see some differences there. We had an emergency rule that allowed the opening of the rockfish program fisheries on April 1st, which is usually a May 1st opening. And the catcher vessel cooperatives did fish in April. We had an increased use of pot gear in the IFQ stablefish fishery. And then there was a closure for trawl Chinook on reaching the trawl catcher vessel Chinook PSC limit from March 26th into August 24th. And we'll discuss that more. But that only allowed them basically to target pollock and the rockfish program fisheries during 2021 fishing season. So again, this overview of the year shows the A season and B season pollock fisheries, and then the start of the IFQ fisheries in the spring, moving to rockfish and flatfish fisheries during the summer, and then again ending up with the fall Pacific cod fisheries and pollock fisheries. So moving on to looking at the total groundfish catch in the Gulf, and the maximum weekly harvest have been decreasing over the years. And in 2021, most of that decrease is from, over the years, the decreasing Pacific cod and pollock fish. Then moving on to a slide that shows where directed fishing for pollock occurs, and that's fairly typical. And in the Gulf of Alaska, looking at the pollock catch by the areas 610, 620, 630, and 640, almost all the pollock allocation was reached. And again, we did no pollock reapportionments between areas or seasons, while there was some rollover from the A season to the B season. In the A season, there was no directed fishery in area 610 because of the low amount of pollock allocated to that season. And in 620 and 630, they stood down till February 1st when catch rates usually improve. And then in the fall, the 610 fishery closed on October 15th. And the 620 and 630 fisheries continued until the regulatory closure of November 1st. So the overview of the count of vessels in the pollock fishery, you can see again that we didn't open directed fishing in the A season for area 610, but almost as many vessels participated as typical in the B season. The 620 and 630 fisheries have been a little bit more stable on the amount of vessels fishing, and the top line is just the overall vessels that participate in all areas. Moving on to the Pacific cod fisheries, here's where the trawl fisheries is, and then we'll look at where the non-trawl hook and line pot and jig fisheries are. Moving on to the Western Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod catch by sector. Here are all the sector allocations. You can see that the A season fishing was much stronger than the B season. There was less effort. We thought we might see more pot effort in the Western Gulf with the Bering Sea closure, but there's only some effort. Overall, the catch is at 70% of the TAC. So looking at the count of catcher vessels targeting Pacific cod, you can see the increase of the trawl catch vessels and the pot catcher vessels compared to previous years. And the catch by sector, most of the catch is by the trawl catcher vessels in 2021, then followed by the pot catcher vessels. As a slide to look at the use of tenders in the Western Gulf, we did see an increase of use of Pacific cod tenders in 2021, and a little less tender use in the pollock fishery. Moving on to the Central Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod sectors. Again, We did have an overage in 2021 for the trawl catcher processor sector, and that fishery was both for the trawl catch vessels and catch processors were closed all year. And again, they came in at about 81% of the total tax so far. Looking at the count of the catch vessels targeting Pacific cod, most of the vessels are in the less than 50 hook and line catch vessel sector in 2021. And Pacific cod catch by sector, also based on catch, the most catch is from the trawl catcher vessels, which was all an incidental catch. Looking at the tender report for the Central Gulf of Alaska, the tender use continues to be very low. Moving on to the rockfish fisheries, in the Western Gulf of Alaska, rockfish fishery is mostly for Pacific Ocean perch, and just a small overage there. And they take less of the northern rockfish and dusky rockfish, which are also open for directed fishing. This year, again, the fisheries all directed fisheries all by the trawl catcher processors, and we saw a decrease in effort with only 4 catcher processors targeting rockfish. Moving on to the Central Gulf of Rockfish for the trawl rockfish program, here's where we had the emergency rule that allowed the fishery to open on April 1st instead of May 1st in 2021. And the catcher vessel sector did fish in April, and the catcher processors didn't come to the fishery until June. Overall, the highest month of catch was June. And we have a slide that breaks out all the rockfish program allocations and catch. So at the top is the catch for the entry-level longline fishery, and there was not much fishing, a little bit of dusky rockfish, so those allocations will stay the same. They can increase if 90% of the catch is taken in a year. For the cooperatives, they did reach about 96% of their Pacific Ocean perch allocation, and the next highest was 83% of their sablefish. Now, other species had lower amounts. Looking at the incidental catch set aside for the Pacific Ocean perch, northern, and dusky rockfish were all under the incidental catch amounts we set for those fisheries. For short wrinkle rockfish, overall for rockfish, most of the other non-targeted rockfish species, the ones that aren't open for directed fishing, the catch is low compared to the TAC in 2021. And for short wrinkle rockfish, most of the catch was in the eastern Gulf of Alaska and in the rockfish target and the sablefish target. Moving to black-spotted rough-eye rockfish catch. Most of it is in the central and eastern Gulf of Alaska in the rockfish target and by hook and line vessels in the sablefish target, which is at 31% of the total TAC overall. Into thorny head rockfish. Again, catches mostly in the central and the eastern Gulf, in the rockfish and the halibut, in the hook and line sablefish target. And that's at 14% overall of the total TAC. Moving on to other rockfish, we did have an overage of the TAC in the western central area and prohibited retention on August 30th. Most of that catch is by catcher processors in the rockfish targets and then also in the halibut target. And the primary species in that complex are harlequin. Primary catch was harlequin, yellow eye, red stripe, and silver grays rockfish. Here's a slide that just looks at the hook and line catch over the year, and shows they're targeting a Pacific cod, then moving into the ISQ halibut and sablefish fisheries, and then back to Pacific cod towards the end of the year, and then their incidental catch of other species like skate and rockfish. And we're moving to our sablefish catch in the Gulf. The news this year is that no of the gear and area allocations have been exceeded Gulf-wide. And we move to the slide that looks at just sablefish in the trawl sector. You can see in 2021, most of the reduction is by trawl catcher vessels not participating in the rockfish program. So that's due to the closure on that Chinook catcher vessel CSC limit. So there was no flatfish, or very little flatfish targeting in by catcher vessels in the Gulf of Alaska. In 2021, then looking at sablefish, catch of sablefish by fixed gear, hook and line and pot. We can see the increase in pot use, both number of pots and the total catch by area is higher in all areas except for southeast. Still, hook and line catch is higher in the southeast area. And so we came in at 72% of the catch coming from pot gear compared to 28% of the catch coming from hook and line gear in 2021. And that is compared to 2020, which was 52% in the hook and line gear compared to 48% by pot gear. So there was an increase by pot gear in 2021. And this just looks at the incidental catch by gear type for the fixed gear sector and continues to show that the incidental catch in the pot gear is much lower than the hook and line gear. But you see overall that the incidental catch and in the hook and line gear is mostly decreasing overall as the, over the years. Then moving on to look at skate. Overall, the catch is at 20% of the catch Gulf-wide. Again, with less fishing for Pacific cod and flatfish in the Gulf of the year, most of the skate catch was actually in the halibut target for big skates. Also for long-nose skate, this slide includes both long-nose skate and other skates. Long-nose skate came in at 35% of the Gulf-wide TAC, and other skates came in at 74% of the Gulf-wide catch. Moving on to sharks and octopus. Most of the sharks in the Gulf are in the hook and line fishery for sablefish, targeting sablefish, and most again of the octopus is in the pot Pacific cod fishery. Moving on to our groundfish prohibited species actions. In 2020, we had prohibited species closures, prohibited retention closures for sablefish in the Central Gulf by trawl sectors, and for Pacific cod in the Central Gulf by both the catch processors and the catcher vessels. And in 2021, we've had prohibited retention for Pacific cod by the trawl catcher processors in the Central Gulf and other rockfish in the Western and Central Gulf. Moving on to look at flatfish. Overall, compared to previous years, again, we see that big decrease in 2021 for the trawl catcher vessels with the closure for all trawl fishing except for pollock and the rockfish program. And a little bit of an increase in 2021 for the trawl catcher process. So this is a slide that just shows that overall our flatfish and skate catch is well below the tax for those species. the highest one being for long-nosed skates, or other skates, I'm sorry. Again, moving to our retained and discard slide. Again, this is sorted by percent retained in the far right column in 2021. So that ranges for the highest retention in the pollock fishery and down to 12% retention for the other species. In this slide is sharks and octopus. And so overall, the total catch for trawl gear is down a little bit, but the overall percent retain is the same as 2020 at 96%. Most of the decrease in catch is in the pollock fishery and then in the flatfish fisheries. Moving on to our fixed gear retained and discard. First at the top is the hook and line sector, and ranging from 93% retained for sablefish to 0% retained for sharks. And overall, they had a decrease in sablefish catch compared to 2020, and an increase in the Pacific cod catch with that closure for directed fishing in 2020. Then at the bottom is the pot, which ranges from 100% retained for Pacific cod down to 40% retained for other species, but that other species includes several different species. We saw an increase in total catch for Pacific cod with direct fishing open in 2021, and then also can see that increase in the sablefish catch by pot here in 2021. Overall, that helped to increase their percent retained to 97% compared to 93% in 2020. Moving into our prohibited species catch slides. First, at the top is Chinook salmon, where we have PSC limits. And we did do a reallocation from the Central Gulf pollock sector to the overage we had for the catcher vessel non-pollock, non-rockfish allocation. So there's a limit on how much that can be reallocated if there's an overage in a sector, and so only 1,350 Chinook salmon could be reallocated to the catcher vessel sector. So that increased the limit to 4,410 metric tons, and there was and so we did reopen directed fishing, those directed fishing fisheries that were closed under that PSC limit, and that was on August 24th, and there was only just a small amount of targeting for flatfish. So with that reallocation, they didn't really pursue any more fishing for the fisheries that were under that closure. And then at the very end of the catcher vessel rockfish program, right at the very last few days of the fishery, they did end up exceeding the 12,000 Chinook salmon PSC limit that they have. Here, this report was run on November 12th, so it doesn't show that overage. There, here it shows they're at 88%, and I think that now we're showing 109% taken, and so over by 102 Chinook salmon. And we have slides that show breakouts of those PSC limits. So again, there is some Chinook salmon in the 640 pollock fishery, and no salmon reported by non-trawl gear in the Gulf in 2021. And then for other PSC limits, or other PSC species, there's no limits for these species in the Gulf of Alaska. You can see the comparison between 2021 and 2020, and what stands out is the decrease for the trawl beard-eyed tanner crab incidental catch, and that's probably related to the decrease in the flatfish fishery in 2021. So first, looking at the beard-eyed tanner crab incidental catch by target, you can see most of, in the past, most of it has been an arrow tooth flounder target, and that did not occur in 2021. So moving to Chinook salmon, here's the Western Gulf of Alaska pollock fishery. For 2021, they're at 41% of their PSC limit. And again, in 2021, at the table in the upper right, we've moved to just 2 seasons. So the A season now aligns with the A and B season previously, and the B season aligns with the C and D season. So you can again see here that we didn't open up directed fishing for pollock in the Western Gulf in the A season, and only was open in the B season. That's where their incidental catch of Chinook salmon was. Moving on to the Central Gulf of Alaska pollock fisheries. Again, we reallocated 1,350 Chinook salmon from this limit, and so now they're reporting at 43% of their limit. The incidental catch was fairly well split between the A season and the B season in 2021. And overall low compared to some of the previous years. Here we get to Chinook salmon in the trawl catch vessel non-pollock and non-rockfish program. And here you can see that higher incidental catch in 2021. They were at the 3,060 Chinook salmon PSC limit in 2021. And with the reallocation, the limit increased to that 4,410. But in 2022, they will decrease back down to that 2,700 Chinook limit because they exceeded the incentive buffer, which would have let them have the 3,060 Chinook salmon limit. Moving on to the rockfish program. Again, this was run on November 12th, but you can see that most of the salmon was taken in, not in the rockfish target in their rockfish program. Then moving to the salmon limits for the trawl catcher processors. They have a little higher Chinook salmon catch than in previous years, but are at 35% of the overall 4,080 limit. And you can see the rates compared to previous years. So moving on to halibut. So first, we'll look at trawl halibut in the Gulf. Trawl halibut bycatch is at the lowest it's ever been, I think, at 335 metric tons on this November 12th. But since then, there's been a little bit more fishing. It's at 357 metric tons, still well below the overall halibut PSC limit. And this is due mostly to that trawl catch vessel closure for flatfish. Most of the halibut in 2021 was taken in the rockfish and stablefish target in the rockfish program. But we have some more slides that break out that catch by catcher processor and catcher vessel. And then moving to look at the fixed gear halibut total removals. Again, we look at the IFQ halibut fisheries, the retained halibut for 2021, and our estimate of the discards in that fishery. Again, this has been corrected for the overestimation that we had in the past, and using that 16% discard mortality rate, the total mortality for the IFQ fishery comes in at 543 metric tons. In the sablefish fishery at 26 metric tons. For the groundfish, the other groundfish fisheries, which is mostly Pacific cod, we're at 63 metric tons compared to the PSC limit of 257 metric tons, or 25% of the limit. And then the pot Pacific cod target that halibut does not accrue to the PSC limit. So overall, it's kind of interesting to see that fixed gear has higher halibut mortality in 2021 than the trawl sector. So moving on to looking at halibut mortality in the trawl catcher vessel sector. Actually, most of it for trawl catcher vessels was taken in the pollock target, and I think in the A season they had some mixed targeting in their pollock fisheries, so they might have been also fishing and legally topping off on some Pacific cod. That's allowed. And then for the trawl catcher processors, again, they mostly caught their halibut PSC in the rockfish fisheries, both in the rockfish program in the Western Gulf and then in the flatfish fisheries. So the next slide just shows the trawl halibut mortality, how it's specified each year in the harvest specifications between the deep water and the shallow water categories in those 4 seasons. The separation for the rockfish program, and then the 5th season where the halibut is shared between deep water and shallow water, and then the total halibut mortality for the year. I have the slide that compares the 2021 halibut mortality to the 5-year average. And again, overall at the bottom, you can see that we have a decrease by 68% in catch and 54% in the rate. And then just compared to 2021, again, still a decrease, of 50% by the catch and 45% by the rate. And just to point out, it looks like there's this big increase in hook and line catcher vessels, and of course that's because there was no directed fishing allowed in 2020 in the Gulf of Alaska for Pacific cod. So there was hardly any halibut mortality in 2020. And this is just our acknowledgement slide to all the industry and staff that could allow us to report on the total catch in the groundfish fisheries. And that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Varunas. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mary, for that and the Bering Sea presentation. I just wanted to clarify a little bit more on those last several slides. You mentioned several times, a factor in halibut PSC rates being so low and being so low in terms of mortality compared to the previous year associated with closures of flatfish. And my understanding is that the lack of a market for flatfish due to all the things that we've talked about in previous meetings was a huge factor in that. And that once you did reopen the fishery, there were no flatfish landings by catcher vessels at all. So I just wanted to confirm that that there is some, for expectations, I suppose, into the future, if those markets are available, that we would not expect quite this level of significant reduction.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Kimball. Ms. Kimball, thanks for pointing that out. And I should have addressed that. Even before we had the closure under the PSC limit for Chinook salmon, there was no interest by the trawl catcher vessels in fishing for halibut. For flatfish. And yes, and again, when we did reopen, there was very little interest in that, and that's all due to the markets.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions for Ms. Varunas? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Varunas.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving on. We have a NOAA General Counsel report, and attached to the B3 report is the normal notice of designated officials and the NOAA GC recusal determinations for this meeting. There's also a litigation update with 2 new complaints filed relative to Amendment 14 to the Salmon FMP, and both of these complaints are attached to the B3 report. And I'll stop here and see if there are questions for Ms. Smoker or if she would like to expand on the summary at all.
Mr. Chairman, this is Lawrence. I would just like to say there really is a report at this time.
Ms. Smoker, you're breaking up a little bit. I'm not sure if you can get a better connection somehow.
Okay. Nothing else to report on that. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, moving on. The NOAA enforcement report includes an overview of operational highlights of the number of patrols conducted around the state from April through September, a list of actions in support of the joint enforcement agreement with NOAA, OLE, and the Alaska Wildlife Troopers, a list of outreach and education activities, notices of violation and other case updates, summary of incident depositions and summary settlements, and an analysis of observer deployments and statements that affect observers personally. I did want to say that I've received word that Will Ellis is retiring from his position as director of the Alaska Division of OLE. And as I understand it, this will be his 3rd retirement after retiring from the Alaska Wildlife Troopers in 2015 after 24 years with them and from the Coast Guard Reserve. And so on behalf of the council, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank Will for his 33 years of enforcement service in ensuring sustainable fisheries. And with that, I'll stop here and see if Will or Nathan Lagaway or even Alex Perry want to add anything or answer questions from council members.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Witherall.
Yeah, through the chair, Nathan Lagaway here. Just as a appreciation to Will, who's been my boss for the last 7 years now. Great mentor, and will be missed in Alaska Division. And then just open things up for any questions that there might be related to the enforcement report.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lagerwhite. Mr. Marks. Oops.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Well, 2 things. That was a bit of an inadvertent hand, but I'll take the moment to congratulate Will Ellis on his retirement, and it's been my pleasure working with him. So the best to him and what might be his last retirement. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Marks. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll echo Mr. Marks's appreciation and best wishes to Mr. Ellis. Again, I also had the great opportunity to work with Will when I was with the National Marine Fisheries Service, largely on halibut management issues, and always just appreciated his willingness and to reach out and communicate on sometimes challenging management, enforcement, coordination, and just really enjoyed him as a person. And I wish you all the very best, Will, and thanks so much for all your service.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Don't see any further hands. I would just like to add Ms. Kimball.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Yes, thanks. Oh, and thanks and congrats to Will as well. I worked with him a lot, especially when I worked for Fish and Game. I really appreciate his cooperative nature and trying to work us through some difficult issues. But I actually had a question for Mr. Lagaway on the enforcement report, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Please, Ms. Kimball.
I just wanted to ask, or maybe just note, some appreciation for continuing to bring forward it seems like every time we get the report a little bit more clear way in terms of the observer, statements, occurrences, potential violations, and the summary information, I think, in the report and the comparative analysis. I just want to point out, I think it's really helpful. So maybe it's not a question, I guess, just to say there's some changes in the reporting process, and two key ones were identified in the report for this year in terms of trying to eliminate duplicate statements and trying to exclude any reports that didn't occur that were not associated with the vessel or processor to which the observer was assigned. I think that really helps continue to make things clear for the council and focus the information on what we're supposed to be focusing on. So I just want to express some appreciation for their willingness to continue to modify these reports and provide us very clear summary information and comparative information to the previous years. So not a question, but a thanks to Nathan. And if he has anything additional to add on this portion of the report, I'd be glad to hear it, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Lagerwey?
Yeah, through the chair.
Mr. Lagerwey.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, just to recognize Alex Terry, who is our data analyst for all of that observer data and the outstanding work that he's doing to help us to continue to refine the report and present, in a useful way, the observer-related statistics there. And if there are any thoughts or suggestions on how we might continue to evolve that, I'd be happy to hear those now or at any time, actually. As you know, we're summarizing the observer statistics on a annual basis here in December, and the observer program also does some analysis of observer statement and compliance data in their report. And I realize there's a little bit of overlap there. I want to make sure that with any overlap that we're
Thank you,
follow up, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Kimball.
And Nathan, you kind of cut out at the end, but I think I got an invitation to provide any further suggestions for the data. And I guess the only one I would put forward at this time is just to continue to. The caveat is very clear when there's an incident or a report that it is cumulative by day. So if the same type of violation was occurring, but the trip was a month long, you would see 30 violations of that same sort. And so I think any way to kind of distinguish a unique violation and then the trip length so people understand the kind of total number and whether it was addressed quickly or not addressed quickly, that might not be able to be something that could be done easily in the data or not worth the time. But I do think it focuses the information a little bit more clear on the number and the unique violations per trip. So that's my only suggestion. I'm not looking for a response, but I thought I'd take the time to put that forward. Thanks.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This isn't even really a question. Just wanted to take the opportunity to build a little bit off Ms. Kimball's questions on this topic and just suggest that this is, first off, appreciation to the OLE for this. I agree with Ms. Kimball. This is the most useful sort of version of this report yet. And as OLE continues to really emphasize keeping our observers safe and able to work in a positive working environment, I think this kind of information is really useful. I just want to flag this for members of industry, for association leads and others. Read through this, and if your sector is showing up consistently in some areas, please put some time and effort into figuring out what's going on and how to rectify it. I know OLE would be happy to work with you. I know they are working with many of you already. But this is a tool for all of us to understand where we've got problem areas, and we should be we should all be devoting resources to fixing those problems. The Observer Program is our foundation. We've heard the last few meetings just how important observer retention is and how vulnerable we are as a sustainable fishery to the loss of observers through burnout and encountering hostile working environments. And this is an area where we can do a lot to increase observer retention just by making sure they're working in safe environments where their experience is positive. So please use this. Industry association leads, use this as a tool to your efforts to making improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, if I may respond briefly, this is Alex Perry. I would like to echo Mr. Twite. Thank you very much for that comment. And I would like to echo that invitation for members of the industry to reach out to us. My contact information is in the report, and we have very much appreciated the industry's willingness already to be working with us to understand these issues. So that invitation, please extend that to anyone. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or comments? If not, I would just extend my congratulations and thank you to Will Ellis, and best of luck in the future. Okay, Mr. Witherall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving on to the Fish and Game Report. The Fish and Game Report includes a status report on several fisheries and a summary of Board of Fish proposals that may be of interest to the Council. There are also a couple of attachments to the B5 report, including the announcement of the Governor's Bycatch Task Force and a report on subsistence halibut harvest estimates. And I have a few additional slides that summarize the subsistence harvest, but I'll stop here and see if there are questions for Ms. Kendall Henry on other items from the Fish and Game Report. Seeing none, I'll move on. So the authors of this report asked me to summarize it for them, and they'll be available for answering questions. But Fish and Game estimates subsistence harvests of halibut based on responses from voluntary mail surveys to all shark card holders. For 2020 survey, over 5,000 responses were received from a pool of slightly over 8,000 subsistence halibut fishermen, which is considered to be a very high response rate for a voluntary survey. And just to remind you, a person is eligible to get a shark card to subsistence fish for halibut if they're a resident of the 118 rural communities with customary and traditional uses of halibut, or members of the 123 federal recognized tribes of Alaska with customary and traditional uses of halibut. And again, I'll note this is my report, but the report authors are available to answer questions as they may come up. I've just got 2 more slides, and we can stop at the end of them. So this slide is the data that shows the history of subsistence harvest by area since 2003, when the subsistence halibut program was first implemented by NOAA Fisheries. Note that the harvests were not estimated for some years due to lack of funding. And the big overall picture is that subsistence harvests of halibut have declined in areas 2C and 3A in particular. This slide lists some of the conclusions of the report, but rather than try to summarize them, I'll stop here and see if there are questions for the Fish and Game staff. Okay, if there are no questions on the subsistence halibut report, I'll move on to the Coast Guard report. The Coast Guard report details enforcement activities of the marine boundaries, high seas, and critical habitat areas. The report includes figures showing trends in boardings and violations, summary of search and rescue cases, and enforcement efforts in terms of C-130 hours, helo hours, cutter days, and patrol boat days. And I believe Captain Brennell is available to answer questions, so I'll stop here. Okay, moving on to the Fish and Wildlife Service report. This report provides an update on federal salmon management and an update on council representation. And I'll stop here, as I understand that we may want our new Fish and Wildlife Service designee, Mr. Peter Fassbender, to address the council. He didn't have an opportunity when introduced him previously. So stop and see if Mr. Fassbender wants to talk about his report.
Yeah, I just wanted a couple brief statements on our report. Are we getting a lot of feedback here?
We are. If anybody doesn't have their phone muted, please do so, except for Mr. Fassbender. All right. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you again for that.
I wonder Maria might have some feedback. I don't know if Peter pressed muted.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't know what to do here.
I think we got it there. Mr. Fassbender.
I don't know if this will change anything. Might be slightly better. I just want to acknowledge the hardship that the 21 seasons of fishing families in Western Alaska. Thank them for the collaboration and patience. Is really challenging times. Closures on the stocks were not taken lightly, and we fully recognize the hardship, subsistence fishers, and the way of life that these closures represented. We have to recognize the loss of the ecosystem services that returning salmon support in terms of delivering that marine nutrients for our fish and wildlife resources, as well as that entire riparian ecological system. We don't realize the extent of the impacts to the biological integrity, diversity, to our trust resources. We just don't understand that whole delivery system. We also want to acknowledge and recognize the Council's effort to work with all the stakeholders in environments to minimize and harvest to help restore Chinook and some salmon returns in Western Alaska. Look forward to working with other members of the Council stakeholders to further help identify and address data and verification. I hope that clear. I apologize for the technical mishap I made.
Thank you, Mr. Fassbender. I think I got about 60% of it. It improved, but I think we're still having audio challenges from your side. So hopefully we can get those addressed going forward. But thank you very much, and we're happy to have you with us here.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the presentation on the B reports.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Right. Well, that would then bring us to any public comment. Looks like 4 members of the public signed up to testify. Okay. So with that, we will move into public comment. First up is Chad C., then Stephanie Madsen and Austin Estabrook, Scott Goodman, and John Govin, and last up will be Dana Nash. I think most of the group is familiar with our public comment policy. Individuals and companies have 3 minutes. Organizations have, associations have 6 minutes. We have a timer that will run, but in the event that my end, and we'll let individuals know if their time is up. And with that, Mr. C., are you available?
Mr. Chair, there's a note in the chat from Chad C. saying that he's currently testifying at the advisory panel and asking if he could go to the bottom of the list.
Okay.
And
all right.
Circle back to him.
We can do that. Ms. Madsen and Mr. Estabrook.
Mr. Chair, this might be a similar problem, I believe, with testimony just at the moment on the AP on Bering Sea groundfish specs with a number of participants.
Understood. Okay. How about Scott Goodman and John Govin?
I'm ready. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you. John, are you ready? Just double checking real quick here.
Come on.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman and Council, thank you for a brief opportunity to share with you. I am Scott Goodman, Executive Director for the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation, and I wanted to squeeze in a few updates about our crab research that may help to provide clarity on comments back to NOAA on the 30 by 30 related initiative efforts. And just referencing core principles and focus areas noted in the Executive Director's report to help guide comments. Specifically, our work is pursuing further collaboration, and it's also building on existing tools and strategies, emphasizing flexibility and adaptive approaches. Mr. Godwin may speak to a few of these details, and I'll note a couple items about exploring options to collaborate with other sectors. So since we are in the first period, in-between period without a Bristol Bay red king crab fishery in quite a while, and the very small snow crab fishery is starting soon, I wanted to briefly mention continuing red king crab and snow crab work. We recently completed the 22-day charter of a Bering Sea crab vessel with 5 scientists on board from NOAA, ADFNG, and BSFRF to place about 320 satellite tags on red king crab males and females at 6 locations in Bristol Bay. And with no fishery this year, this was BSFRF building on some of our stakeholder tools and connections to be flexible and to adapt to get these important tags out. Among several objectives, our general goal of this work is to create a more complete spatial understanding for management considerations with this stock. For snow crab, we are in a more tactical mode to work with stakeholders on research options during the fishery and convening our second workshop on Apelio at the end of next week. The December 16 and 17 workshop approach will be to address 2 basic questions. 1, what happened? And 2, what do we do now? With speakers on day 1 and 2 with speakers on day 1 and day 2 is a more open forum on projects and research during the fishery that we might do. So we plan to place satellite tags on snow crab during the fishery. We plan to have cameras inside pots, expanding on some pilot video work from last year, getting temperature and depth instruments on pots, among other ideas. Given the steep declines in this stock, the overfished status determination, the pending rebuilding plan, and a very small fishery, our approach to be flexible, adaptive, and collaborative to help with what happened and what we do now is critical. Our research efforts are heightened now more than ever, and there is a high degree of overlap, integration, and sharing among the several focus areas and people involved. And I would note for the Council that BSFRF board level priorities are to understand as much about climate driven and ecosystem level forces as we can, and to determine how those will guide our projects. We have recently signed an MOU with NPRB to more formally engage with them to leverage resources on crab research of mutual interest. We have teamed with working groups and recently learned of one of our team proposals scoring the highest priority and scientific review. There's no new grant yet, but hopefully pending. Importantly, we've also begun and are exploring options to work across industry sectors on crab-related projects of interest. In particular, we are trying to be project ready for ways to address gaps in our knowledge and our known information that are influenced by changes in the environment. And our most recent efforts have been to discuss some of these ideas and options with the Amendment 80 sector for potential collaboration on winter survey project options that may pair with our tagging projects. As well, we've had some shared interest to explore further on some refining of research already completed to quantify impacts on crab. And we are seeking to keep our efforts broad and some efforts reaching out more broadly to other sectors too. Our project collaborations, importantly, are exploratory, informal at this point without commitments, but we are interested to be ready and to work together on projects if we can, and to secure funding from new sources.
Mr. Chair, it's John Govin. Since Scott's done, and I just wanted to add support for what he's outlined here. And we're pleased to go up together on this with the crabbers. As he's described, there's key research in response to climate change that we feel is a high priority, and we've talked to the crabbers and Dr. Floyd about this. As potentially funded under climate initiatives, resilient fisheries, and the 30-30 initiative. So first and foremost, we support the research to better understand what's going on with the red king crab stock and in the face of climate change. And secondly, we're hoping that things like a winter distribution could really inform more responsive and adaptive management and shaping bycatch controls that are effective, but at the same time adaptive. And so just pleased to share this goal with the crabbers, and we hope that we can prioritize some of the items that all of the items that Scott's mentioned and it would help if the council gets behind these priorities, because I believe that the next large issue we're facing us will be crab and crab bycatch. So we would like to have that informed by good data and responsive research. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Govin and Mr. Goodman. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to both of you for testifying. I wondered if you could speak a little more about the importance of the winter survey and remind me if you said that is geared toward red king crab. And I guess the primary purpose of that survey, is that really geared towards, where is the center of distribution of those crab, or are there other research questions you're trying to answer with that survey? Thanks.
Mr. Chair, I'll go first. Scott may have comment, but from my perspective, the key issue with red king crab is the winter distribution, mainly because, at least from a bycatch perspective, and our shared interest in minimizing that, most of the fishing that encounters red king crab in Amendment 80 is in the winter. So understanding that winter distribution and how it differs from, say, the summer survey distribution is key information. This probably applies to all crab species, but I'm more focused on red king crab because that's really the primary issue for the Amendment 80 sector. But Scott, go ahead if you have more to add.
Yeah, I would add, thank you, John, and through the chair, thank you, Nicole, for a question that's important. I would add two things. One, we would look to use this to help corroborate the information from our tagging work. We don't have a way to be certain that tags that either are placed or recovered necessarily represent centroids in abundance. So if we had another way of putting pieces together, that would be quite helpful. Secondly, and maybe just as important, maybe even more important, is that wintertime, depending on which sex you're talking about and where, we would intend to try to get more and new information on mating and molting crab.
A quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. You mentioned you were making a connection to the 30 by 30. Is that a connection to funding? Are you still looking for funding for this work, or is the agency a partner? Maybe you could expand on that a bit.
God, I'm happy to do that. You mentioned it, but Ms. Kimball, through the chair, you've been asked to comment through that 30 by 30 on the priorities under the principles that you can access through the notice that in the executive director's report, but specifically the priority that we're, I think, flagging is building on existing tools and strategies with an emphasis on flexibility and adaptive approaches. So, I mean, that's part of the whole idea behind climate change and, you know, how to think about the 30/30 initiative in response to a changing environment. So I think, the council already commented on 30 by 30, but I think pointing out the basis of really helping to inform adaptive management that's effective in fisheries is a high priority for us.
I was pausing to see if I was going to answer the funding question, but I don't need to push that if that can't be answered right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, there are a number of potential sources of money that have been identified for NOAA that would be responsive to this, but I don't think that they're certain at this point. So we're hoping that by the council prioritizing this area, that NOAA will be successful in getting funding for climate resilient fisheries, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Goodman and Mr. Galvin. I'm just curious about the tagging that you're doing, both the red king crab and the snow crab. When I'm guessing those are pop-up tags, and so I'm wondering when you anticipate getting those back or getting the data back, and when at least preliminary data might be available to review.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Anne. Excuse me. Important questions. Also, yes, all of the new tags that we placed recently are satellite pop-up tags. There had been a recent and pretty positive effort to do that rather than to try a different technology. This was building on the foundation's prior work, which used acoustic tags and sail drones, and we had a number of issues that were challenging there. We got some good information, but the new tags are satellite pop-up tags, and there are males and females at the different locations, and the schedule for their popping up begins after the beginning of the year. So I believe we have scheduled male first because we anticipate that they molt earlier. I believe it's near the end of the first week of January that those start to pop up. And I believe the extension of that goes all the way as far as our median ice edge allowed us to push. So I think we've got some that are popping up mid to late March also. Well, I don't know that we go later than that.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, follow up. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. It's John. I just would add to that, the tagging work that Scott's group has done is I think, really well placed as a priority. But as we know, in different years, seasonal movement may be different. So what I at least envision, and Scott and I have talked about this, is a tagging project in the future with a winter survey, which would really help to understand maybe in either a cold or a warm year, kind of how well not only the tagging tracks with the distribution through a survey, but also maybe in a different year compared to the first year, we might see different distribution, which would be informative as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Twite has a question, and I need to step away, so I will hand the gavel over to you, Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Mr. Garvin and Mr. Goodman for the presentation. I may not have been listening carefully enough, and I apologize if that's the case, but I'm wondering if you could sort of summarize again what your recommendations are for the council to support the several projects that you've outlined. I'm assuming that there's letters of support for funding, as well as I heard Mr. Garvin referencing prioritization. But if you could recapitulate those, it would certainly help me.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Twite, it's John. Yeah, I mentioned the priority under the 30 by 30 initiative of building on existing tools and strategies with emphasis on flexibility and adaptive approaches as something that, whereas the council's already commented, I think, one letter on 3030, but I think they're narrowing their focus on what priorities different commenters might have under these priorities. So those are available to the executive director's report. If we can manage to emphasize the need for this adaptive management information in fisheries, then hopefully funding that NOAA thinks will be available under climate resilient fisheries would be identified, and at that point we could definitely use letters of support from the council to help prioritize research like Mr. Goodman and I have described.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions from council members, so next on the list for public testimony is Dana Nash, and this testifier has requested no questions during the presentation. Dana Nash, do we have you with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Dana Nash, and I'm from Chivak, Alaska. Chivak is 17 miles from the Bering Sea and 94 miles from the Yukon River. We grew up living the subsistence way of life, and one hardship our community faced was the salmon fishing closure in the Yukon that we have this summer. Even though we were miles away from the Yukon, our communities around Chivak, Cooper, Scammon were affected, which was a shock for a lot of our residents. And this was the first closure I've seen in 30 plus years in our area. But even though fishing was closed for the main fish like king and chums, our people made do with what we could do. We fished and harvested pink salmon, but not everyone fished due to some of the requirements like the 4-inch mesh 60-foot net requirement to fish. And there was a lot of empty fish racks and a lot of hurting people. But State of Alaska, Chalista, and CVR came in. They sent fish by planes to our villages, and they were distributed to all of our households. But, you know, these fish they're kind of different because we're not used to, we're used to the fish that we harvest in our waters in our area. But we're grateful because we don't have a lot of resources with our high cost of living out here in our area. CVR provides benefits that help every family, including families who commercial fish, families who subsistence fish, and families who cannot afford to fish. They have benefits like the People Propel program, which helps families afford major equipment like outboard motors, snow machines, and four-wheelers. These items are essential to our subsistence way of life in Western Alaska. They also hire locals to mechanics and welders to fix our Hondas that break down. And we get them fixed locally, so we don't spend too much money. So we have money to spend on essentials like food, fuel, and other things we need to fish. CVRF also provides housing, and they are building new energy efficient housing homes using local labor. They help local home buyers get real mortgage loans from banks, because there is a terrible housing crisis in Western Alaska, and we cannot create good jobs in our communities if working people can't find a good home. CVRF is also helping solve this problem by working with Senator Murkowski, the BIA, and other agencies. Thank you for supporting the CDQ program. CVRF makes a real difference in our region. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chad C. Chad, are you back with us?
I am, and thanks for the accommodation on testifying here out of order. Chairman Canine and members of the council, or Chairman Twite, my name is Chad C., Executive Director of the Freezer Online Coalition. FLC submitted written comments under agenda item B2, addressing early closures in the Bering Sea Pacific cod fishery and addressing an update on discussions FLC facilitated with participants in other federal Bering Sea cod fisheries to consider industry measures to avert future early closures. I encourage council members to review our written comments, but we'll touch on some key points here today. For the past 2 years, the federal Bering Sea cod fishery has closed early, on September 17th in 2021 and on November 18th in 2020. To us, the primary factor contributing to these unprecedented early closures is declining Pacific cod tax in the Bering Sea that have been at historically low numbers. With stable cod tax from the AI, this creates a need for additional AI harvest of BSAI Amendment 85 cod sector allocations to avoid early closures in the Bering Sea. The shift in harvest effort to the AI is constrained by several factors that make operations more challenging and revenues much harder to come by for fishing participants. In the past 2 years, additional factors also came into play that contributed to closures, such as the high rate of incidental cod catch in the pollock fishery and continued increases in the Bering Sea stakewater cod GHL. The early closures of the Bering Sea cod seasons are having direct economic impacts on FLC members. One participant in our fishery estimated their losses from the early closures to be about $2 million in 2021 alone. Fleet-wide, we expect that estimated losses are in the tens of millions of dollars annually. As a fleet, we expect to leave over 2,000 metric tons of our BSAI cod allocation in the water in 2021, similar to 2020. This uncaught cod, AI cod, compounds the economic impact already felt by most of our operators from being pushed to the AI to harvest. The early closures are also limiting our flexibility to harvest our cod allocation when and where it makes the most sense to maximize the return on our harvest and to minimize bycatch. Given the expected Bering Sea and AI tax in 2022, we forecast that a closure of the Bering Sea fishery next year is still likely, but it will be later in the fall than this year. The increase in the Bering Sea tax also means that a 2022 Bering Sea cod fishery closure much less likely to threaten fishing opportunities for the pot cod sectors next year. However, for our fleet, we will continue to face challenges without additional sectors contributing toward keeping the season open through the end of the year. FLC is prepared to maintain our annual harvest in the AI consistent with historical levels of about 3,000 to 3,500 tons annually. This includes internal co-op discussions about fishing plans that will accommodate this harvest during the year. While not expected, if at some point next year the early fall Bering Sea closure, similar to another early fall Bering Sea closure, similar to this year, appears to be imminent, we will engage with NIMS in working toward a target closure date to help facilitate Bering Sea harvest opportunity for other participants. This year, FLC initiated discussions with participants in the Bering Sea cod fisheries to look at industry-based options for averting future early closures. We are hopeful these discussions will contribute toward better sharing the burden of averting future cod closures. With that said, FLC also believes Council has a role to play to help resolve this issue long term. In particular, the passage of the CV Trawl LAP Action creates an expectation from our view that Council will have a new tool to encourage the harvest of AI cod by the trawl TV sector. We expect that the shoreside processing set-aside provisions in the LAP Action will partially address this when the set-aside is applicable. The challenge of the Council and to the CV trawl fleet is to achieve proportional AI harvest in years when the set-aside is not in place, both to address concerns by our fleet and to avert potential future impacts of closures on other sectors. We likewise hope Council will continue to encourage all sectors to explore options, including efforts to reduce bycatch in the Bering Sea, cod bycatch in the Bering Sea. Lastly, although decisions by the Board of Fisheries lie outside of the Council's management process, the impacts of increases in the GHL for the Statewater Bering Sea cod fishery can't be left unmentioned. In 2022, the Aereo Dutch Harbor Subdistrict GHL will be 11%, with an allowance for an annual 1% increase until the GHL reaches 15%. Thus, GHL is directly contributing to early closures in the Bering Sea, an impact that will only be amplified as it continues to increase. We encourage Council to engage with the Board of Fish so that it may better appreciate unintended costs these closures are inflicting on all the participants in the Bering Sea cod fisheries. As mentioned, FLC also submitted an update on discussions with other fishery participants on industry measures to avert early closures beginning in 2022. FLC appreciates the sincere willingness of the sector participants to participate in these meetings and to consider measures they could utilize to avert future closures. If anything, conversations highlighted the difficulty of addressing the closures through industry measures alone, given limitations faced by each sector. While a consensus plan was not achieved by the group, we believe the conversations were helpful in generating a shared appreciation of the challenges faced by the representative sectors and additional consideration of the potential actions, including some potential measures for 2022. An FLC review of input from different participants can be found in the written comments. One clarification I will note is that input from FLC, noting that our fleet was the only fleet to harvest in the AI in 2020 and 2021, should be clarified to reflect that the Amendment 80 fleet harvested cod as bycatch in the AI in both years, while the CV trawl fleet also harvested a small amount in 2021. We are hopeful of continuing these discussions with the other sectors to see if these or other measures may be taken to help avert future early closures. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. C. Council members, any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. C, for giving us that outline and engaging in those industry discussions. I just am trying to discern what the difference might be in your outlook for 2022 and how we might avert early closures in other Bering Sea fisheries, particularly the fixed gear fisheries. Is there something other than a higher TAC that I should be focused on in kind of the outlook for 2022, or what we might expect to be different?
Thanks, Ms. Kimball, to the chair. Given the discussions with industry, there wasn't any firm plans as to any firm solutions identified as to what could be done differently in 2022. I think I do know that other sectors did talk about some potential options that they are looking at to help with that. There was, as noted in the comments, the cod trawl TV fleet is looking at potential voluntary catch share program or other measures that might help to potentially harvest some cod in the AI. And I know that the pollock trawl fleet is looking at ways that they can help to reduce their Bering Sea PSD numbers in 2022, which I believe you might hear from in public comment later. So there's continuing to be active consideration about in interest in trying to reduce that number so that the fishery can stay open longer than in 2021. That said, I think the biggest thing that is going to help avert impacts on the pot cod fleets is simply the higher tax that will help to extend this fishery further in 2022 than it was in 2021.
A quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Chad. I appreciate that, and giving the rundown on the CV sectors. Is there something different about what the freezer longline CPs are prepared to do for 2022, or should I just be focused on trying to maintain the same metric tonnage that you've taken in the AI in the past?
Thanks, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. This year, our main thing our main commitment is to continuing to do our historical share in the AI to harvest about 33,000 to 3,500 metric tons. As I noted in the comments, if we do have a situation where there is a potential threat to the pot cod fleets in 2022, we will again work with National Marine Fisheries Service to look at a target closure date that would help to facilitate opportunity for harvest by those sectors. That is, again, what we did in 2021 when we had conversations. We were notified of a target closure date for that might help facilitate harvest for those sectors, and which was very similar to when that fishery did ultimately close, which did provide for a significant amount of harvest. I think any actions that we would be taking specifically would have to kind of depend on when that closure date would occur, would need to happen, whether there's going to be an impact on those odd sectors. But we will be looking at ways to help again facilitate harvest by those other sectors. So that helps. So.
No more questions. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. C. I'm not seeing Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Chad, I want to thank you for being responsive and trying to show some leadership on this issue. One of the things that you testified to at our prior meeting was that your sector was harvesting at their historical rate in the Bering Sea. And obviously, if you're harvesting the same metric tonnage each week against a much lower TAC like you did in 2021, that is a big contributor to using that Bering Sea TAC sooner. So did your sector have any discussions about whether you're going to continue to harvest at your historical rate against a relatively low TAC in 2022, or whether there was going to be some adjustment there? Can you just talk about that a little bit, please?
Thanks, Cora, to Ms. Campbell, through the chair. We've talked about, had conversations about that and about how our fishing operations might look in the next year. And as I've noted in my comments, we've committed to continue to look at how we can optimize our fishing operations in the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands to help spread out that fishery. But there's the concern we have is that without assurances that we can also be fishing later, or that other sectors will also be participating in the Bering Sea in the AI fishery next year as well, then it makes it difficult for our members to also to be extending, really operating in the AI earlier in the year, and reducing our fishing rates in the Bering Sea, in the early B season and in the A season, that would otherwise potentially help extend that fishery. So it's some of it is dependent on the ability for us to see other sectors being able to do some more, to harvest more in the AI to help reduce the pressure on the Bering Sea fishery.
Okay, thank you, Chad, for that. But I guess I don't know that I have another question, but some of these other sectors are actually precluded from harvesting in the AI, so there's a limit, right, I think, to that. So the other question that I had asked you at our last meeting, and I'm curious if you had any more thoughts on it, is, the other solution to this is that we go to kind of the many boxes solution, right, where everybody's share of the cod resources allocated to both the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. And I'm wondering if you have, if your sector or the other sectors that you spoke to had any discussion about whether that is a solution that you think the council should undertake.
Thanks, Ms. Campbell, for the chair. We aren't suggesting that council at this time look at trying to divide up the fishery through a sector, some sort of sector split in the AI at the moment. For one reason being that it's given the considerations that have been given to that effort in the past, it's a very challenging thing to do, and so we've as noted in my comments, the area that we've suggested that at the moment that council focus on is utilizing the CV trawl lap as it's implemented to help ensure that helps to facilitate some additional harvest in the AI by the CV trawl fleet. We certainly would be open to additional considerations on how some sort of division of AI cod among sectors might work, but we do understand that that's a challenging proposition and one that may not be very functional from a operational standpoint.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. C. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm not seeing any further council member questions, so thank you, Mr. C. Ms. Madsen, Mr. Estabrook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman or Vice Chairman. This is Stephanie Madsen, Executive Director of the ASCII Processors. I'm not quite sure Austin was able to get on, so I'm just going to go forward with our testimony. Mr. Chairman, in April, I provided an oral description of our A-season fishery describing the fleet movements to avoid Chinook salmon and herring. Due to the conditions on the grounds, avoiding these PSC species increased our Pacific cod incidental catch. The Pollock Conservation Cooperative has since brought together our members, along with Sea State, to examine the specifics of area and timing of the increased incidental catch of peacod. Unfortunately, the virtual format does not allow us to walk you through a PowerPoint to show what we have found, but the written submittal provides the slides and additional information we reviewed. I'm not quite sure, Mr. Chairman, if you're able to access those written submittals, but I am going to try to describe them. The first page is the key to reading the following pages. Pages 2 through 13 walk you through the weeks during A season. As you will see, the incidental catch of peacod happened quickly over an 8-day period in early March. During this time, the pollock fleet was also experiencing the best pollock CPUE and the lowest Chinook bycatch. These are ideal conditions for our Chinook conservation efforts. Remove the most pollock with the fewest Chinook. Eventually, Chinook rates started to increase and the pollock CPUE decreased. And in response, the fleet moved to the northwest starting March 7th and fished near the Pribilof for the remainder of the season. In short, the Pacific cod incidental catch event highlights the trade-off the fleet must take into consideration and how conservation priorities can influence behavior. After reviewing this data, the PCC working group looked at potential solutions to avoid or reduce Pacific cod incidental catch. The group concluded that move-on rules or bycatch avoidance areas would have done more harm to Chinook and herring and extended the A season into late April when Chinook rates are very high. The working group proposed that increasing communication on the ground amongst the fleet on Pacific cod catch rates, increase co-op reporting, and Sea State's alarm system for PCOD. The North Pacific Council has directed the fleet that avoidance of Chinook salmon is a priority, and we will comply with that direction while trying to avoid other PSC species, in addition to the incidental catch of PCOD. The next two pages, pages 14 and 15, are pie charts illustrating the sector allocations established in Amendment 85. You will see that the CP pollock fleet share is 2.3%. It is notable that the jig fishery receives 1.4%. The next chart illustrates the Amendment 85 allocations after the state waters fishery is included. You can now see our allocation is reduced to 1.8% and the jig to 1.1%. The difference in harvest totals of these two fisheries present a stark imbalance. Pages 16 through 20 provide you with a historic look at the use of Pacific cod in the pollock fishery, pre and post Amendment 85 for your background, in addition to information on the state cod fishery. Our allocation under Amendment 85 is an example of management actions that anticipate abilities for fleets to just react, when in reality it is sometimes impossible. And finally, Mr. Chairman, the last page shows that even our overages in 2021, the overall trawl sector rolled 500 metric tons to the other sectors, and the ABC was not exceeded, so there was no impact to the health of the stock. I hope this information is available. As I mentioned, we do intend to work with the fleet in season to address the concerns while adhering to the directive avoiding Chinook salmon. Mr. Chairman, I would also like to note that we have been participating with Mr. C and the other groups. We are one of the groups that really can help out in the Aleutian Islands. So we're focused on trying to have look at measures that could prevent an early closure in the Bering Sea. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my comments. But before I close, I would like to welcome Mr. Meekum to the group. And I also wanted to express my sincere appreciation for all that Lauren Smoker has done for the council all the many years, and just support all the other positive comments about her warmth, patience, and intelligence on most of these issues. She will be missed. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Madsen. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stephanie, I just have one question, and I'm not sure I'm understanding the box in the upper right for the weeklies. So I see that we're looking at Chinook rate and a running sum of Chinook salmon catch, but then there's also a bar about Pacific cod rate. And so I don't know if you would be able to, it's hard because we can't all have it on the screen, but I don't know if you'd be able to explain that a little bit better to me. So we're graphing Chinook rate, the cumulative total, and then is the Pacific cod rate just reflected in the color, or am I missing something there?
This is Austin.
Okay, thank you, Austin.
I'm on the phone if you would like me to take the question.
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Campbell, through the chair. So the graphs that you're looking at are showing the vertical columns and the bars are the cumulative total of Chinook salmon catch if you're looking at the Chinook box. And then the color is just showing the actual rate of catch. If that answers your question.
Through the chair, thank you, Austin. I was just asking if the color is showing the rate of Pacific cod catch, even in the Chinook box. That's how I understood it, but I wasn't sure that I got that right.
Oh, I see what you're saying there. It should be, yes, it should be Pacific cod rate in the box on both, unless there's been an error in the labeling there.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the figures. I guess I'm just looking at a huge spike in what's a fairly compressed period, and I might have missed it from Ms. Madsen, but is that something typical? Is that something new that we've seen? Is that was that a surprise, I guess, is what I'm looking at, this big spike in that pretty compressed 3-week period?
I'm going to let Austin take that. He does it kind of manages the co-op. But so, Austin, can you respond to Ms. Kimball, please?
Yes, to the chair, Ms. Kimball. To be honest, I've never seen cod catches like this before. And in fact, when the data was coming in, I was really thinking, wow, this is, there must be some observer error or something going on that I wasn't familiar with. But yes, it was, in my estimation, a large spawning aggregation of cod that moved right under the fishery for a very short period of time and showed up in the bycatch. That we don't see. Yeah.
Just a follow up, and I probably misspoke. Now that I look at the scale, it's really more of like a week-long period, and so that's not been seen before, or is that kind of time frame and area something where you would see big spawning aggregations of cod in the past, even if not just this high? I'm trying to look for opportunities for you to make a change in behavior, I guess, based on maybe a couple years data of showing a big aggregation, short amount of time in the same area. And I'm not putting words in your mouth, so please tell me if that's not what you're seeing.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I think that when we spoke in April, I think the other thing that was going on was that there was a stand down from the inshore CVs, and the freezer longliners weren't fishing there then, and in the past they had, so there was more pressure on the cod. This year that wasn't there, so I think we were catching cod that would have otherwise been caught by the CVs or the freezer longliners, and we may not have stayed in that area or been in that area. But that was my recollection.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I'm not seeing any. Council, that concludes public testimony. I'm going to suggest that we take a slightly shorter lunch hour, maybe a 50-minute lunch hour and reconvene at 1 o'clock Alaska time, 2 o'clock Pacific time. With that, we're on break. Thank you. Welcome back, Council. Before we start, I'm going to try logging out and logging in again, as it looks like my webcam is taking too long to boot up. So I'll be back in a minute, I hope.
I was hoping to bother y'all with the sound check. Am I coming in loud and clear?
We
Super.
copy you.
Thank you.
You're well. All right, Council, please come back to started. Still hoping to be joined by another council member or two. It's my understanding Mr. Fassbender now has good audio and would like the opportunity to relay his comments through good audio rather than garbled audio. So, Mr. Fassbender, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I apologize to everyone for the difficulties. And I apologize for missing the introductions and most importantly, really underdressing here. I didn't have any other options. My household goods, I just moved to Alaska, so my household goods are somewhere in between New Mexico and Anchorage. So next time you see me, I'll be wearing my full style panache. So thank you for the allowance. I wanted to acknowledge the hardships from the 2021 season caused on fishing families in Western Alaska, and to thank them for collaboration and patience. The closure of these stocks weren't taken lightly, and the Fish and Wildlife Service acknowledges and recognizes the hardship subsistence fisher these closures represented, both in regard as a food source and a disruption in the traditional way of life. We also recognize the loss to the ecosystem services that salmon return support. That's in terms of delivering the critical marine nutrients upstream to fish and wildlife resources, as well as that whole riparian ecological system. And the extent of those impacts to the biological integrity and environmental health are Service also recognizes the Council's effort to work with the stakeholders in the marine environment to minimize the unintended harvest of salmon and to help restore Chinook and salmon returns in Western Alaska. And most importantly, looking forward to working with other Council members and the stakeholders to try to identify and address data and communication gaps. So thank you again for allowing some brief comments on that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Fassbender, and welcome to the council process.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Right. We've finished public testimony on the B reports and are now ready to entertain any action that any council members may have, or if there's any follow-up questions any council members have. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask a question on the response, the public comment request from the agency to help provide some comments further on the 30 by 30 effort. And maybe it's a question to Ms. Evans on the timing for those comments. That's my first question.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, you're going to have to bear with me just a little bit as I catch up on these specific timing, because that's something that Mr. Witherall is tracking a little bit closer than I, and he is unable to be here just now. The comment deadline for the 30 by 30 initiative is December 28th, 2021. So until the end of the month, basically, to prepare that. And just noting that, as Mr. Witherall mentioned in his introduction this morning, there are some staff notes on that bill that could provide the basis for council comments if you're interested in pursuing those.
Thank you, Diana. And thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't know if the intent is to wait to make comments on these types of responses until staff tasking, or if the preference and council is prepared to make comments now, but I will defer to the chair. I don't see the chair.
I'm here. I'm just without a webcam.
Oh, great.
I'm not quite sure why. So I'm just a black box on your screen, which most of you will probably think that's been my condition all along. I think it would be premature to simply cut off comments now. I think it's just been flagged for council members to take a look at that document. And so I'm quite sure we'll return to it in staff tasking. But I'm also sure if there's any initial council member comments, I think they'd be welcomed by other council members at this point, so they can think about them as well while they're looking at the document.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would just offer, if we're going to come back to this in staff tasking, not take a lot of time right now, but that we did hear what I thought was some good testimony from the Research Foundation, the Crab Research Foundation, and Mr. Govin about potential work for a winter survey and its tie-in to using existing measures and tools to help respond to this report. And I can think of ways to tie that into our letter, but I think at its core, we should try to be emphasizing the need for our existing kind of core information efforts through surveys and this new effort that would need additional funding as identified by Mr. Govin and Mr. Goodman. So I'll circle back to that, but I'd like to incorporate something like that in this letter when we get to staff tasking, and maybe that'll give staff some time to think about the most appropriate way to do that. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other council member, either thoughts about action or questions? Mr. Meekum.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Never know. So you have a couple of NPRB board members on the council, Andy and myself, and as part of staff tasking, I just want to flag that the council has their own sets of priorities. This is sort of an emerging issue that we're talking about with respect to the crab and all of that. So it might be good to copy the NPRB on that too. So I just want to flag that.
Thank you. I have one question for Ms. Baker, I think, actually, on a different subject. In the ADF&G report, it was mentioned that the governor was forming a task force to look at bycatch, and I understand that there is a slot for a council seat. Do you have any knowledge of the timing for announcing that? Is that something we'll have to do fairly soon, or do we have some time on that?
Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the question. I don't have an answer for you on that. I don't have any information about the timing related to that, but I anticipated that question would be directed at me today, so I will get that information as soon as possible.
Thank you. Yeah, hopefully there'll be enough time to just return to that staff tasking as well. Any additional council comments or thoughts? Okay, with that, have we concluded our work on all the B items? Okay, let's move on to agenda item C1 then, Charter Halibut 2022 annual management measures. Do we have Sarah Marinan with us yet to introduce the agenda item?
I am here, Mr. Vice Chair. Just take a second to move us into presenter mode and get our PowerPoints up.
Great.
Have
at it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. For the record, Sarah Marinan, council staff. I'm the newly appointed Charter Halibut Management Committee staff coordinator, and with me to present the staff report on C1 is Sarah Webster with ADF&G Sport Fish Division. I'm going to give a real brief introduction, and then Sarah Webster is going to come on and present a fishery overview, including preliminary estimates of the charter removals in 2021, and then she'll present the analysis of management options for the charter halibut fisheries for 2022 in Area 2C and 3A. And then after Sarah Webster's presentation, I'll come back on and present the recommendations from the Charter Halibut Management Committee. So just to remind you again about what we're doing here, this is the annual process done once a year in relation to the catch sharing plan. The council will recommend measures to be sent to the IPHC at their annual meeting for 2022. And as a first step of this process, the Charter Halibut Management Committee met first on October 26th and 27th. In that first meeting, the committee received final estimates for charter halibut removals for 2020 and preliminary estimates for 2021 that you're going to see in a minute. Then the committee recommended management measures for analysis for ADF&G. And also we had a second day of that charter committee meeting to discuss the RQE funding analysis. And so the charter committee's minutes include recommendations regarding that issue. I wasn't planning on presenting them today, but they are included and attached to the e-agenda. And I imagine when the RQE recreational quota entity funding analysis issue comes up again at the council meeting, we will pull those minutes up again to incorporate the recommendations at that time. And then ADF&G conducted their analysis. As Sarah Webster is going to explain, she uses information from the interim IPHC meeting to include a reference level for catch limits for Area 2C and 3A charter sectors, as well as looking at the allocations from 2021 in the analysis. And then the committee met again on Monday, December 6th, to review that analysis
and look at the projected charter removals relative to the TCY catch allocations that were identified at the meeting and the 2021 allocations, and provided a range of recommendations on preferred management measures for 2022. So again, just a pretty straightforward action here that the council takes on annually is to review the ADFMG analysis, review the Charter Halibut Management Committee minutes and recommendations, hear public testimony, and then recommend preferred measures for 2022. And because we don't know what the catch limits are going to be until the IPHC meeting, again, a reminder that like the committee recommendations, the council should consider providing information on a range of measures, whether the catch limits are higher or lower than the reference TCY allocation. That will direct staff where the recommendation should go. So, I believe Sarah Webster is ready to give her report, and we can switch over our PowerPoints.
Thank you, Sarah, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. Before I get going, I just want to confirm that everybody can hear me.
You're coming through well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, my name is Sarah Webster. I am with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game in the Division of Sport Fish, and I will be providing our analysis of management measures for the Area 2C and 3A charter halibut fisheries for 2022. The Division of Sport Fish collects data on charter halibut through our saltwater guide logbook and through dockside sampling, and we use these data to estimate halibut removals and also to forecast removals under alternative management strategies. I'm going to just start off with a pretty brief review of the fishery through 2021, and then I'll move into our analysis of management measures for 2022. These are our preliminary charter estimates for 2021. They were produced in October using logbook data for the year in Area 2C and through August in Area 3A, combined with dockside sampling data for the entire year in both areas. I'll note that this is a change from the past years in data availability, and that's because electronic logbooks were mandatory in Southeast, so we did have data for the full season. And that also meant that there weren't as many pages that needed to be entered for South Central Alaska, so we had a longer a longer period of data availability for that area as well. In Area 2C, the charter removals were estimated to be 1.154 million pounds. They were about 42% over the 0.81 million pound allocation. And the regulations last year for 2C were a one fish bag limit with a reverse spot limit of less than or equal to 50 inches or greater than or equal to 72 inches. The 3A removals were estimated to be 2.454 million pounds. That was about 26% over the 1.95 million pound allocation. And the regulations in Area 3A for 2021 were a two fish bag limit. One of those fish could be any size. One had to be less than or equal to 32 inches. There were limits of one trip per vessel per day and one trip per charter halibut permit per day. And Wednesdays were closed to retention of halibut. I'll note that the overages this year were likely related to the anticipated reduction in effort for 2021. So at this time last year, people thought that the pandemic would continue to have significant impacts on travel and on tourism. And if you actually go back to our preliminary, to our forecast last year without the COVID buffer that was used, our preliminary estimates are quite similar to what the non-COVID adjusted forecasts were. This looks at the charter halibut removals in Area 2C since 2006. The gray bars on here are estimates that are based on our statewide harvest survey. That's a mail survey that goes out to about 45,000 households every year. And the blue bars are based on our charter logbooks. And the blue bars also include release mortality. And these were both stipulations of the catch sharing plan. The red line on here is the guideline harvest level through 2013, and it's the catch sharing plan allocation thereafter. You'll note that there were variable overages and underages throughout time in Area 2C. Under the GHL, the removals tended to be a little bit higher than the GHL, and since the catch sharing plan has been implemented, the removal estimates have been a bit lower than the CSP allocation. 2021 did have the highest removal estimates since size limits were first implemented, and that was in 2011. And the size limits in 2021 were the least restrictive that they have been since size limits were first implemented. This looks at effort in Area 2C for the most recent 10 years, and effort is measured in angler days. This includes both trips with halibut harvest and with bottomfish hours or bottomfish statistical areas that were recorded. The effort was generally increasing up until 2019. And then with the pandemic in 2020, there was a big drop in effort. And 2021 is fairly consistent with the previous years. I will note that that is quite variable by sub-area, however. So in 2021, the effort was still very low in Ketchikan in particular, and it was still somewhat low in Juneau, whereas the other sub-areas that we look at were pretty on par with what we had seen in recent years before the pandemic. This looks at the 3A charter halibut removals, again, since 2006. 3A was pretty consistently under the GHL during the years 2006 through 2013. And since the catch sharing plan has been implemented, they have been a little bit over their allocation in most years. The 2020 removal estimate was the highest that we have seen since the catch sharing plan was implemented. This looks at effort in 3A since 2012, so the most recent 10 years, again in angler days. For Area 3A, we have not included effort on days that were closed to halibut fishing. There was a little bit of a decrease in effort in 2014 when the catch sharing plan was first implemented, and that probably has to do with specific management measures that were targeted at effort, so things like putting in trip limits. In the subsequent years, there also were day of the week closures and annual limits that were added, and that explains some of the variation that we see up until 2020. Again, 2020 effort was quite a bit lower than any of the other years because of the pandemic. And in 2021, the effort was quite a bit higher than it's been in a while. It was the highest that we've seen since 2008. Again, that was somewhat variable by sub-area. Most of the sub-areas were pretty similar to pre-pandemic levels, but we did see very substantial increases in effort in Lower Cook Inlet and in Kodiak, and we don't know what caused those. Just notably big jumps in effort in those areas. This table shows the number of businesses and vessels that reported halibut harvest in their logbooks in the most recent 10 years. So these are all years since the Charter Halibut Permit Limited Access Program was established. The Area 2C businesses were pretty consistently around 250 businesses that harvested halibut. There was a big drop in 2020 with the pandemic. In 2021, the number of businesses harvesting halibut has increased, but not quite back to pre-pandemic levels. And we see a similar trend in the 2C vessels that were harvesting halibut. In Area 3A, the businesses were pretty steadily decreasing since 2012, and then we see a bigger drop in 2020 with the pandemic. 2021 was back approximately to pre-pandemic levels, and again, the vessels show a similar trend. This plot looks at the unguided removal since 2006, so we are also committed to reporting unguided removals to the council. The unguided removals are all based on statewide harvest survey estimates. So again, there is an annual survey that goes out in the mail to 45,000 households in which people have purchased state of Alaska fishing licenses. These estimates do include discard mortality starting in 2014. The trend for quite a few years prior to the pandemic had been fairly flat. And in 2020, the final estimate was 0.885 million pounds. That's the lowest estimate that we've seen since 2011. And notably, when you look a little bit more closely at these data in terms of the number of fish that were actually harvested, that's the second lowest number. It was the second lowest number of fish that we had seen since 2006. So the average weight was up a little bit, which is why the removal estimate wasn't down quite as much as we might expect when we look at numbers of fish harvested. The 2021 removal estimate on here is preliminary. This uses 2021 sport sampling data for the year for the average weight information, and then it uses a time series forecast for the harvest. And we did exclude 2020 in the time series forecast because that year was so anomalous. So there is a little bit more uncertainty this year because the harvest projection was forecast out for 2 years. But the preliminary estimate for 2021 as of right now is 1.089 million pounds. And this is the same for 3A, looking at unguided halibut removals since 2006, based on the statewide harvest survey. Again, the trend had been pretty flat through 2019. We see a bit of a drop in 2020. The final estimate there is 1.43 million pounds. The harvest in 2020 was actually the lowest in the time series, but the average weight has increased here as well, which is why the removal estimate is a little bit more consistent with previous years than we might have expected. Again, 2021 is a preliminary estimate using port sampling data for the year and a time series forecast for the harvest. And our preliminary estimate for Area 3A for unguided removals was 1.577 million pounds. That's everything that I have for a fishery review, and I can answer questions on that section if there are any, and if not, then I'll move into our analysis of management measures for 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Webster. I'm not seeing any council member questions, so please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So moving into our analysis of management measures for 2022. As Sarah Meriden mentioned, the allocations for 2022 are currently unknown. They'll be determined at the IPHC's annual meeting in January. Our reference allocations are based on the IPHC's interim management procedure, and the council should have contingencies for higher or lower allocations. For Area 2C, the reference allocation for 2022 is 0.60 million pounds. This is down from the 2021 allocation of 0.81 million pounds. For Area 3A, the reference allocation is 2.05 million pounds, and this is up from the 2021 allocation of 1.95 million pounds. Likely, the allocation for 2022 will be somewhere in this range, somewhere within the range of the reference allocation, and the previous year's allocation is typically where it lands. I'm going to start with 2C, and I'll start with our projections under status quo regulations, and then move into a summary of alternatives that were analyzed and some of the limitations of these analyses and implementation considerations. All of the forecasts that we did were under what we might consider normal conditions. So we did not attempt to account for any differences in effort that may continue to occur because of the pandemic. The 2022 status quo forecast for harvest is 72,865 halibut. There is quite a bit of uncertainty in this, as demonstrated by our confidence interval. For Area 2C, we used effort data for these forecasts from 2009 through 2019 for all ports. The 2020 data were excluded because those data were very clearly impacted by the pandemic. And 2021 data were included for most ports because most ports appeared to be back to sort of a normal level of effort. However, the 2021 data were excluded for Juneau and Ketchikan. And we spent quite a bit of time trying to work through what to include and what seemed to really be impacted by the pandemic. And in speaking with our area staff in Southeast Alaska, they confirmed that effort in most areas was pretty normal, but in Juneau and Ketchikan in particular, it was down, and they believe that's because of the continued cruise ship cancellations in those areas. There's also quite a bit of uncertainty in our forecast because we decided to exclude the 2020 and 2021 HPUE data. So our HPUE forecasts use data through 2019 and their forecasts out 3 years. There were substantial increases in HPUE in both of those years, in 2020 and 2021. And we believe that they're likely due to the size limits that were available due to the pandemic. And we don't anticipate such liberal size limits being available in the coming year. Had we included these data, however, the projection would be for 81,800 halibut. So quite a bit higher and something to keep in mind. Area-wide, the forecast that we used, that 72,865 halibut, is very similar to and just a little bit higher than what was observed in the 2019 harvest. So we anticipate that this is probably a good harvest forecast for 2022. Figure 2 in the document provided on the website does provide information on both effort and HPUE by sub-area in Southeast Alaska, and it also includes our projections for 2022, along with their confidence intervals. The projected removals in Area 2C under status quo regulations are 1.095 million pounds. And again, the status quo regulations in 2C are a one fish bag limit with a reverse spot limit of less than or equal to 50 inches or greater than or equal to 72 inches. I will note here that really major source of uncertainty in excluding the 2020 and 2021 HPUE, we looked into a little bit further here, and had we included those data in our projections, the projected removal would have been 1.24 million pounds. So just something to keep in mind as we move through the rest of the 2C analyses. When the committee met back in October, in addition to evaluating the status quo for next year, they asked us to analyze a range of reverse spot limits. They asked us to analyze a range of reverse spot limits with closed days throughout the season, a range of reverse spot limits with annual limits, and a range of reverse spot limits with both closed days and annual limits. There was one request from the committee that we were not able to evaluate, and that request asked us to analyze a range of annual limits in combination with 1 day of the week closed on any given day of the week, in combination with additional days closed throughout the season on any day of the week, and in combination with a range of reverse spot limits. And this analysis would have resulted in more than 40,000 different results, which both in terms of producing the results and presenting them in a meaningful way was really outside the scope of what could be done in a given time frame. So we have recommended to the committee that in the future, they just narrow the scope of their request a little bit, and that will allow us to produce both meaningful and timely results for them. This table looks at each of the management measures that we analyzed, and it provides information on whether there are options analyzed that were below the reference TCEY and below the 2021 allocation. Anywhere that the answer is yes to both of those questions, there were options that were analyzed that are within the likely range of allocations for 2022. The status quo is not within the likely range of allocations for next year. It's about 500,000 pounds over the reference allocation and about 290,000 pounds over last year's allocation. There also were no options that we analyzed with reverse spot limits alone that were below the reference allocation. Otherwise, all of the combinations that we analyzed did provide options that were within the likely range of allocations for 2022 in Area 2C. So a lot of different potential management measures that are available to them, a lot of different tools. I am not going to go into a lot of details on the methods or the results for these analyses, but I am certainly happy to answer questions. That said, I will provide some additional information on the limitations of the analyses and some implementation considerations. The first thing that we looked at in Area 2C was day of the week closures. And we assumed that all of the harvests would be eliminated if days are closed. And that should be considered a maximum reduction in harvest. There's a substantial amount of latent capacity in Area 2C, When we consider the number of CHPs, the number of anglers that are authorized on those CHPs, and the actual length of the open season, we don't know exactly how that translates to availability of vessels and businesses and guides in the peak of the season, but certainly just from a permit standpoint and a season length standpoint, there is a lot of latent capacity. So what might actually occur if we close days is that the harvest might shift to other days of the week, and we really don't have a way to track that. The actual effective day of the week closures are likely to be variable by sub-area and clients' ability to rebook trips. The next thing that we looked at were annual limits. Annual limits are a good tool because there are not many assumptions associated with annual limits. So we do have relatively high confidence in the outcomes. The effects are variable by sub-area, and you can see this in Table 7 of the report. For example, there's really relatively little effect of closing of annual limits in Ketchikan, where very few people harvest more than 2 fish. But there are considerable effects on harvest in Glacier Bay, where there are a lot of people that harvest 4 or more fish. Overall, an annual limit of 4 fish has pretty little effect on the harvest for Area 2C. It would only reduce harvest by about 1.3%. That increases as you go to lower annual limits, and you really start seeing effects at a 2 fish annual limit. Another note that just the regulations with annual limits will need a recording requirement, as has been used in 3A in the past. I'll note again that there was quite a bit of uncertainty in the forecast for 2022. A lot of that is just continued uncertainty about what the effort might look like in terms of the pandemic and whether there might be an uptick in effort with some just pent-up demand for travel and to get out and come to Alaska and go fishing, or potentially continued reductions in effort with different variants coming through and that type of thing. And there also is quite a bit of uncertainty because of that exclusion of the 2020 and 2021 HPUE data. Again, we have recommended that Area 2C is a little bit more specific in the future with their requests when they're combining many different management measures. And that will improve both the clarity and timeliness of the results and our ability to thoroughly vet all of the results. There were many options that were analyzed for Area 2C that are within the likely range of allocations for 2022. So a lot of different tools that they can use next year. And the management measures will need to be more restrictive than they were in 2021. Moving into the analyses for Area 3A, again, I'm going to start with the projections under the status quo regulations and then move into a summary of alternatives that were analyzed and some limitations of the analyses and implementation considerations. The forecasts in Area 3A were also attempted under normal conditions, so we did not attempt to account for any differences that may continue to occur because of the pandemic. The 2022 forecast is for harvest of 164,342 halibut. There is a lot of uncertainty in Area 3A as well, as demonstrated by the confidence interval. So we're looking at somewhere between 136 and 192,000 halibut, and that's a pretty wide confidence interval. For Area 3A, we use the 2021 effort for the forecast. And that's because in Area 3A, it's not appropriate to use time series forecasts because there were changes in the management measures that impacted the underlying processes that generated the effort data. So, for example, the management measures that closed days or implemented annual limits specifically targeted effort. There is also uncertainty in our forecast because in Area 3A, we also excluded the 2020 and 2021 HPUE in our forecast. There was a substantial increase in HPUE in both years in Area 3A as well. And that mirrors the increase that we see in the proportion of second fish that were retained. This is likely due to the size limits that were available in 3A as well. And those size limits were available because of the anticipated reduction in effort because of the pandemic. So we anticipate that size limits next year will be lower than they were in the last 2 years. For Area 3A, the HPUE might have also been impacted by the removal of the annual limit, though based on our annual limit analyses, we don't anticipate that this would have had a substantial impact on the HPUE in those years. Had we included the HPUE for 2020 and 2021, the projected harvest would have been 184,254 halibut. So again, quite a bit higher. Area-wide, the 164,382 halibut forecast that we used is a little bit higher than what was observed in 2019, and this is anticipated. Provides some information on the effects of annual limits by sub-area. There is relatively little effect, for example, on Whittier, where very few people harvest more than 2 fish, but there would be a considerable effect on Kodiak, where lots of people harvest 5 or more fish. Overall, there's very little effect of a 4-fish annual limit. It reduces the harvest by about 3.1%. There is more of an effect at a 3 and 2 fish annual limit, a 3 or 2 fish annual limit, but there still really are not a considerable number of people in Area 3A that harvest more than 2 fish. Only about 15% of people in 3A are harvesting more than 2 fish. Again, regulations with annual limits will need a recording requirement, as was used in the past in Area 3A. Between 2015 and 2019 in Area 3A, annual limits were in effect. And during those years, just for reference, between 0.2 and 1% of anglers violated the annual limit. And that 1% came from the highest year in the first year, which was 2015. And in that year, there was no recording requirement. So subsequent years, the number of anglers that were violating did go down. The next thing that we've looked at, and the next source of really kind of big source of uncertainty, is what would happen if 3A went to a 1-fish bag limit with no size limit. We assumed that the status quo forecast for harvest would be reduced by the proportion of harvest that was comprised of second fish. And this assumes that effort, or the number of angler days, wouldn't change. It's possible that some people would decide that they did not want to fish under a more restricted bag limit. It's also possible that some people would decide that they wanted to fish more in order to retain the same number of halibut. So we don't know exactly how going to a 1-fish bag limit might change the effort. The biggest problem, however, with this analysis is the uncertainty in average weight. And presumably there would be some additional degree of high grading under a 1-fish bag limit, but we don't know what that might be. In the document, we did present 2 possible scenarios. Certainly more scenarios could exist. And these weren't presented as a choice. They're just presented to highlight the uncertainty in this particular analysis. There is also some uncertainty in the release mortality if we went to a 1-fish bag limit, either with no size limit or with a reverse slot limit. We presume that the release mortality would be higher with more restrictive bag limits, and even more so with those more restrictive bag limits and size limits, due to both high grading and regulatory releases. But we didn't have any empirical data upon which to base this. And so it's likely that the observed values would be a little bit different than what we've included in the analysis if these types of regulations were implemented. Again, there is uncertainty in the harvest forecast overall for area 3A. And really there's more uncertainty than normal because of the pandemic over the last 2 years, and uncertainty about any continued effects that might have. And also about some of the data and what was produced during those pandemic years, and whether or not those should be included in the analyses. We also have recommended to Area 3A that they're a little bit more specific in some of their requests. They did have a couple of extremely broad requests, as with Area 2C. And being more specific really does improve our ability to produce thoroughly vetted, easy to interpret, and timely results. There were many options that were analyzed for Area 3A that are within the likely range of allocations for 2022. So lots of different management measures, lots of tools that they could use for next year. And the management measures will need to be more restrictive than they were in 2021. That's everything that I have for my presentation. I do just really briefly want to acknowledge that there are a lot of other folks who work both on data collection and data assimilation for this, and also on helping with the data analysis and with reviewing these reports. So thanks to everybody else who helped with this effort. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to take any questions.
Right, thank you.
And it looks like we have a new Mr. Chair. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Webster. Mr. Mesereau has a question.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Oh, great. I didn't know if I was double muted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Webster. I first have a comment and a question. I just wanted to thank you for your efforts and inform the council that Ms. Webster has been promoted to a different position at the Department of Fish and Game, and we'll have a new version of her next year. And she has brought a lot of enthusiasm and detail to these analysis over the years, and I really appreciate that. And also another kind of behind-the-scenes guy that's been instrumental in forwarding this data collection is Bob Powers from the logbook program, and he's also retiring. So I just wanted to wish them both well. My question for you, Ms. Webster, is I think the most interesting thing I saw in the analysis was the relationship between the average size and the increase in the size of the second fish. I was wondering if you could just discuss that in Area 3A for the council so we could see that there was some impact on the average size, even though the angling public was allowed to keep a second larger fish during the pandemic measures that we took.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Mesereau. And yes, we do see some pretty interesting things happen. And what appears to have happened this year is that despite the fact that the size limit on the second fish was increased, so it had been 28 inches from 2016 through 2019, I believe it was 29 inches a couple of years before that. And it increased to 32 inches this year. So despite the fact that that average size, that maximum size on the second fish increased, the average size really didn't change very much. And that's because it appears that there were a lot more people in these last couple of years that decided to retain a second fish. And so while we don't really know exactly what the average size of each of those two fish are that they're retaining, when more people retain a small fish, and that size limit for the small fish goes up, your average size can actually stay pretty consistent. And so, unfortunately, we don't have data that we can actually track to individual anglers and look at what's happening at the individual level with the size of fish that they're deciding to retain. But it does seem that under those higher maximum size limits, more people are retaining two fish, and that's actually just keeping that average size of the fish overall pretty flat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Webster. I was on your previous slide. I guess I have somewhat of a similar question on, it seems like average weight and that estimation is really important to this analysis. And you mentioned something under the difficulties of even doing an analysis of a one fish bag limit with no size limit. And I just wondered if you could provide some more detail on what you're using as kind of the base for an average weight, given that we've changed, the size of the fish that you can keep, I feel like, over time for maybe 8 or 9 years now. And so if you have any more detail on what you're using for that, and whether after we've seen year after year of our predictions, maybe matching or not matching our actual observed values, are we correcting for that every year to try to improve the analysis?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for that question. For Area 2C, we are using as the base data from 2010, and for Area 3A as the base, we're using data from 2013. And that's because those both are years for those specific areas in which there was no size limit. From there, we do correct the data based on what has been observed in recent years. And overall, our predictions have tended to be within a half pound, sometimes within a pound of the observed average weights in the end. So we are getting pretty close when we apply those correction factors to the historic data. And the corrections are based on what has been observed in more recent years. I don't know if I mentioned that.
Yes, thank you. And just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair, I just wondered, I didn't find it in the analysis. I'm sure it is in there in terms of the changes in average weights by sub-area. Are they consistent across sub-areas? Did we see an increase in some and a decrease in others? Or what's a general trend you could provide on that?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. There is not really a general trend. It is highly variable by sub area, and even within sub areas from one year to the next, we can see quite a bit of variability. I think for area 2C, actually, I can pull this up in my document really quickly. For area 2C, the correction factors that we use range from 0.73. So the average weight, we're correcting it to reduce it by about 27% to 1.05. So increasing it by about 5%. And it really is quite variable by sub area. And for 3A, I think I'm pretty sure that for 3A, all of the correction factors do actually increase the average weight a little bit, at least this year. And that can change from one year to the next, depending on what's going on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions for Ms. Webster? Right. Thank you, Ms. Webster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That will take us to our Charter Halibut Management Committee report. Ms. Marinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Before I present the recommendations from the committee, I just wanted to restate the reference number that Sarah Webster had in her presentation and is in her analysis that we're using for catch limits. So for area 2C, the charter allocation under the reference TCUY was 0.6 million pounds, and the 2021 allocation for 2C was 0.81 million pounds. For area 3A, the charter allocation under the reference TCUY was 2.05 million pounds, and the 2021 allocation was 1.95 million pounds. So those are the numbers that the committee was looking at when they made their recommendations. So for area 2C, the Charter Halibut Committee recommends progression of management measures in the following order as needed. If a higher catch limit is adopted, a reverse flat limit with an upper fixed limit at 0.80 and a lower limit decreased until the allocation has reached, but no lower than U40. That could reach a projected yield of 0.814 million pounds. And the committee also clarified that if the catch limit happens to be above 0.814 million pounds, to increase that lower slot limit as available. And throughout these recommendations, there's references to the tables and the analysis that can help staff find where the recommendations connect to. If the allocation is insufficient to maintain at least U40 on the lower limit, add Monday closures starting September 19th and work consecutively towards the beginning of the season until a lower limit of U40 is reached. And that could reach a projected yield of 0.689 million pounds. If a lower limit of U40 can't be reached after closing all Mondays, add an annual limit of 4 fish with a projected yield of 0.679 million pounds, progressing to an annual limit of 3 fish as necessary to meet the allocation. And that would be a projected yield of 0.648 million pounds. If possible, use any unused allocation to increase the lower limit above U40 until the allocation is reached. If the lower limit is not reached by closing all Mondays, add a 3 fish annual limit, allowing the lower limit to drop until the allocation is reached. And that would yield a projected 0.583 million pounds at U37080. And then there's a note here as well in their recommendations that if an annual limit is adopted in Area 2C, this would be the first time it would be used in 2C, so there's a reporting requirement that goes along with it, as Sarah Webster described, so that would be adopted as well. The Area 2C committee members selected the following harvest measures and their order of application to keep the Area 2C guided recreational fishery within their allocation. As harvest measures impact different business operations differently, the order of harvest measures reflect the committee's best attempt to spread the impacts equitably among the many areas and business models in Area 2C. And there was some discussion. Area 2C committee members highlighted that this is likely to be a particularly challenging year for 2C operations, especially if the IPHC adopts the Area 2C charter allocation that results from the interim management procedures referenced to ECY. One member noted that without any adjustments, the IPHC's international agreement to assign a fixed allocation percentage to 2B could potentially impact the 2C reverse slot limit by 3 critical inches. And so that's their rationale for the recommended measures. So now moving on to 3A. For 3A, the Charter Halibut Management Committee recommends a 2-fish daily bag limit, 1 halibut of any size, and a maximum size limit for one of the 2 fish at 28 inches, 1 trip per CHP per day, 1 trip which halibut is harvested per vessel per day, a prohibition on charter halibut fishing on Wednesdays all year, and then adjust Tuesdays, have Tuesday closures according to Table 16 and 17 on page 52 and 53 in the analysis to bring the projected harvest within Area 3A allocation. And they provide some examples using the reference catch limits. So 4 Tuesday closures would result in a yield of 2.034 million pounds. 8 Tuesday closures would result in a yield of 1.9228 million pounds. And again, that table should be able to provide the direction staff would need to know the number of Tuesdays to close according to the catch limit that was set. And then there's a note that because they're not recommending to use annual limits for 2022, for Area 3A, it would be unnecessary to include a reporting requirement for retained halibut on the back of the license. The rationale provided by the committee for 3A says that members acknowledge management measures would need to be more similar to those implemented in pre-pandemic conditions, as the overages in 2021 demonstrate a rebound in angler effort. Measures were chosen to maintain consistency with previous regulations adopted. One member suggested that 28 inches would be the smallest acceptable size for a second fish, and that while day-of-the-week closures limited halibut opportunities for operations, this negative impact was relatively equitable across operations in 3A. Thus, the committee recommended adjusting the number of Tuesday closures as needed to fit the projected yield under the adopted catch limits. And the committee members also clarified that if the resulting allocation is outside of this range, committee members confirmed they recommend managers use tables 16 and 17 to continue to adjust the number of Tuesdays accordingly. And Mr. Chair, that is what I have for recommendations from the Charter Committee. Happy to take questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Marinan. Let's see if the committee chair has any additional comments he'd like to make regarding the committee recommendations. Mr. Mesereau.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for recognizing this. I don't. I think the committee did their homework and came prepared. And, you know, after 7 years of doing this, it's becoming a bit of a routine. I think, 2C is really struggling with a low result from the survey data for this year, but they got together and hashed out a way to get through it. And hopefully the halibut commissioners will be merciful to 2C and maybe move a few more fish over that way to help them out this year. But we have no control over that. So our guys did their homework. They made the hard decisions, and they're getting better at it every year. So it's a good committee, and they did good work.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Okay. Any questions on the committee report? Okay, thank you, Ms. Marinan and Ms. Webster. That concludes the the staff presentation?
Yes, it does, Mr. Chair.
All right, great. Well, thanks again. Okay, that will bring us to our advisory panel report. We have Ms. Ruth Christensen here to give that to us. I'd like to remind members of the public to sign up to testify prior to the end of the AP report if you wish to provide public comment. So with that, good afternoon, Ms. Christensen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Am I coming in okay?
You are.
Okay, great. Well, for the record, while the PowerPoint here is loading on my end, at least, Ruth Christensen here to give the advisory panel report on agenda item C1. Okay. The AP recommends the council adopt the following recommended management measures for 2022. For Area 2C, number 1, a reverse slot with an upper limit fixed at 080 and a lower limit decreased until the allocation is reached, but no lower than U40, yield of 0.814 million pounds, rounds to the status quo of 0.81, and that is contained in Table 6, page 26 in the ADF&D analysis. Number 2, if the allocation is insufficient to maintain at least a U40 on the lower limit, add Monday closures starting September 19th and work consecutively toward the beginning of the season until a lower limit of U40 is reached, yield of 0.689 million pounds. Table 9, page 31. Number 3, if a lower limit of U40 can't be reached after closing all Mondays, add an annual limit of 4 fish, yield of 0.679 million pounds. Table 12, page 40. Progressing to an annual limit of 3 fish as necessary to meet the allocation, yield of 0.648 million pounds. Table 13, page 44. If possible, use any unused allocation to increase the lower limit above U40 until the allocation is reached. Number 4, if the allocation is not reached by closing all Mondays and a 3 fish annual limit, allow the lower limit to drop until the allocation is reached, yield of 0.583 million pounds at U37 080, table 13, page 44. If an annual limit is adopted in Area 2C, implement a requirement for charter anglers to record immediately upon retaining a halibut the date, location, IPHC area, and species halibut on their harvest record, consistent with the past reporting requirements in Area 3A. For Area 3A, a 2-fish daily bag limit, 1 halibut of any size, and a maximum size for one of the 2 fish is 28 inches. 1 trip per CHP per day, 1 trip on which halibut is harvested per vessel per day. Prohibition on halibut charter fishing on Wednesdays all year. Adjust Tuesday closures according to Table 16 and Table 17 on page 52 and 53 in the ADF&G analysis of the proposed harvest regulations for 2022 to bring the projected harvest within the Area 3A allocation. For example, in combination with the other proposed measures, 4 Tuesdays closed would result in a yield of 2.034 million pounds. That's Table 17, page 52. 8 Tuesdays closed would result in a yield of 1.928 million pounds. Table 17, page 52. For Area 3A, it is unnecessary to include a requirement to record retained halibut on the back of the license or harvest record card as an enforcement mechanism because an annual limit is not recommended for 2022. And that motion passed 20-0. And there is rationale attached to the minutes.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Christensen. I just wanted to make sure that this looks identical to the motion that we just heard from Ms. Marin as the committee's recommendations. Is it your understanding when the maker of the motion made it that his intention was to just use the committee's recommendations as the basis for his motion?
Mr. Mesereau, through the chair, yes, you are correct. The recommendations that came out of the AP mirror those of the Charter Halibut Committee.
Great. Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Right. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, that will bring us to public comment. Refreshing my list here. It looks like we have 2 members of the public signed up to testify. First up is James Kearns and then Forrest Braden. I will be tracking timing here. Please pay attention to the timer on the screen as well. If that's not accurate, I may need to let you know to wrap up testimony. Individuals and companies have 3 minutes. Associations have 6 minutes. So again, up first is James Kearns and then Forrest Braden. Mr. Kearns, are you available?
Yes, I'm on the phone only because I don't have the internet access down here, but can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I appreciate the reports that were given by Ms. Webster again. She just does a really great job. And also, I want to shout out to Bob Powers, who really helped put that e-logbook program together and helped get it so that we had results pretty quick down in Southeast. I also appreciated the unguided removals that were given today based on the statewide survey. And although I did note that is not a mandatory return, so maybe those numbers are a little bit low. My comment is that I think that we do need to have an annual limit. I think it would help a lot. To me, right now, it's unconscionable that we have an unguided sports fisherman able to harvest 2 halibut a day every day all summer. I think that's unbelievable, and that they're not participating in it. So therefore, I believe that this body really needs to consider getting rid of the current CSP and implementing a CSP that has 3 separate allocations of the TCY of the halibut resource. One, of course, is going to be a commercial allocation. Another one, a sport recreation allocation that would include guided and unguided fishermen that are all sports fishermen, recreational fishermen. And finally, a subsistence allocation. That way, all the participants in the sport fishing allocation would be involved in conserving the resource. And I think that a 1 fish per day, any size limit, is an appropriate one, partly because when you have the reverse slot limit, you're always measuring. And I heard the term high grading, and you're always measuring to see, well, is this one? Oh, I could get a little bigger one. Whereas if you have a 1 fish, any size, you're going to reduce the mortality on those fish because you're not having to pull them out of the boat, out of the water to measure them or whatever process you're using. So I think that's why I think that's such an important one. And then you manage that allocation with an annual limit, which I think is a great one. Day closures, as was talked about, even area closures, and finally even using barbless hooks, which is one of the techniques that we use in our business. Additionally, I think we need a mandated way to monitor the halibut with a halibut tag, or the halibut removals with a halibut tag that isn't just, you give information about it, you have it on your license, but it actually has to be filled in and turned in at least when it's filled in, or at least annually, so that it shows the date the fish was caught, the length of the fish, the gender of the fish, and the location of that halibut that was retained. In addition, I believe that we should also have a maximum size halibut limit for recreational fishermen. A 60-incher is plenty big. And any sport fisherman who keeps a halibut over that size would lose 1 fish on their annual limit. In other words, any fish kept over 60 inches would equal 2 fish on the annual limit. So that's my comment. I appreciate the opportunity to give it, and hope that you all take it to heart. We really need to reconsider our CSP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns. Are there any questions? Right. Thank you for your testimony. Last up will be
Thank you.
Okay, am I on?
You are. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Kneen, members of the council, good afternoon. I'm Forrest Braden testifying today on behalf of Southeast Alaska Guides Organization, and we're a regional nonprofit trade association working for the interests of about 250 or so guided sport fishing businesses that are really a part of the economic fabric of the families and coastal communities here in the Southeast Alaska across the Panhandle. We do support the approach used by the Charter Halibut Management Committee in picking the progression of harvest measures for the Area 2C guided sport fishery. But I would like to share some of the struggles that go with that process. I am a member of that committee and I've wrestled firsthand with some of those issues. A main issue is that since the CSP wasn't attempting to rationalize the charter industry, it didn't look at any kind of historical participation like geographical dependence on halibut or dependence on halibut size. So picking a one-size-fits-all regulation and trying to maintain some equity is actually really hard to do. And Mr. Mesro and I, speaking recently, he drew out the distinction for me between measures kind of that target anglers and other measures that target operators. And for instance, an annual limit may be a real equitable way to regulate angler harvest, but it really does a poor job of honoring historical participation for Southeast operators. It also seems like it should probably apply to everyone sport fishing guided, whether they're guided or non-guided. Another purely from the view of hitting a harvest target, size limits end up being a pretty equitable way of regulating angler harvest. But again, they do a poor job of honoring historical participation for Southeast operators, and they seem like also that they should apply to all sport fishermen. So when size limits are driven too low, they also kind of strip away a lot of the reason people come, like they dream about Alaska to come and catch, a nice halibut that's great to eat and keep it and take it home. And size limits kind of strip all that away, unfortunately. So hopefully you can appreciate some of the difficulty in trying to come up with an equitable progression of measures that reach all the way down to the 600,000 pound 2C angler reference level that the IPHC mortality table is spitting out for this coming season. Scrolling my notes here. I'd like to stress that the committee had to reduce the daily one fish bag limit for 2C guided anglers to a U37-080 or under 37 on the low end and 080 on the upper end after closing all Mondays and applying a 3 fish annual limit in order to have a harvest measure that would reach down that far. One additional point, setting aside the past 2 years where the 2C guided angler harvest was under allocation first in 2020 by 38%, but then over last year by 42% or this past season. We believe looking back at 2018 and 2019, the 12% and 15% underages likely had to do with how size regulation as low as a 38-inch maximum on the lower fish. Lost my train of thought there. Affects harvest. Those years are the two lowest years. If you look in handouts from ADF&G, those are the two lowest years in HPUE, harvest per unit of effort for a time series that starts in 2012. And strikingly, the two highest years in angler effort are for those same years in the time series. The assumption could be that it's more difficult to find a suitable fish when your options are so limited. And I'll note that the 38-inch size limit those years also drove the average 2C charter halibut harvest down below the legal commercial size limit of 32 inches. I think it was around 31 inches, like 9.3 pounds. So the lesson here may be that when guided angler regulation is pegged in some fashion to a low maximum size limit, it may have a depressing effect on guided angler harvest. And it would be hard to move off of where the committee landed this year, but that might be something in terms of analyzing to take account of in the future. So I'll end with that. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. Any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Braden. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Braden, for your testimony. I just wanted to encourage you and the previous testifier to be aware that it's likely that at the next council meeting, not this one, we bring up a review of the catch sharing plan, and I'm hoping we hear from you both again about some suggestions and ways that both charter and sport anglers can put their heads together to see how we can improve the catch sharing plan, because that opportunity is coming up. I'm not suggesting that we change the categories or completely revamp it, but I think that if people put their heads together and look at some efficient ways to make changes to help data collection and improve efficiency in the program and address some of the needs of, coastal Alaskans that are seeing things they don't like about it, the best time to do that is to come back and give us your testimony and your thoughts on that document at the next meeting as well. But thank you both for coming and testifying.
Don't see any additional hands raising. Thanks again, Mr. Braden.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public comment, and we've taken our presentation, AP report, and public testimony. Are we ready for action?
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you. I'll give the staff a moment to put it up before I read it, but I will preface it by informing the council that it is the same action suggested by the committee and by the advisory panel. I just reversed the order to do 3A first because that's typically how we've done it. So the motion for C1 charter halibut management measures should read that the council recommends the following management measures for the 2022 charter halibut fishery in area 2C and 3A based on the initial IPHC reference level allocations resulting from the 2021 IPHC interim meeting. Area 3A recommendations, 2 fish daily bag limit, 1 halibut of any size, and a maximum size for one of the 2 fish is 28 inches. 1 charter vessel fishing trip per CHP per day. The use of each charter halibut permit is limited to 1 charter halibut fishing trip per boat in 1 calendar day. A prohibition on halibut charter fishing on Wednesdays all year, and adjust the Tuesday closures according to Table 16 and 17 on page 53 in the ADF&G analysis of proposed halibut regulations for 2022 to bring the projected harvest within the Area 3A allocation. For example, in combination with other proposed measures, 4 closed Tuesdays closed would result in the harvest of 2.034 million pounds, and 8 closed Tuesdays would result in a harvest of 1.928 million pounds. In 2022, it's unnecessary to include a requirement to record retained halibut on the back of the license or harvest card as an enforcement mechanism for the annual limit of 2022. For 2C recommendations, the progression of management measures in the following order as needed. 1, a reverse slot limit with an upper fixed limit at 080 and a lower limit decreased until the allocation is reached, but no lower than U40. A harvest of 0.814 million pounds rounds to the status quo of 0.81 million. Table 6, page 26. If the allocation is insufficient to maintain at least a U40 on the lower limit at Monday closure starting September 19th and work consecutively toward the beginning of the season until the lower limit of U40 is reached, with a yield of 0.689 million pounds, Table 9, page 31. Number 3, if a lower limit of U40 can't be reached after closing all the Mondays at an annual limit of 4 fish with a yield of 0.67 million pounds, progressing to an annual limit of 3 fish is necessary to meet the allocation with a yield of 6.48 million pounds, and if possible, any unused allocation to increase the lower limit above U40 until the allocation is reached. Table 13, page 44. And number 4, if the allocation is not reached by closing all Mondays and a 3 fish annual limit, allow the lower limit to drop until the allocation is reached. Yield 0.583 million pounds at U37 080. Table 13, page 44. And if an annual limit is adopted in 2C, implement the requirement for charter anglers to record immediately upon retaining a halibut the date, location, IPHC area, and species halibut on their harvest card consistent with past reporting requirements in Area 3A. And with the second, I can give a rationale.
I'll second. This is Carla.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bush. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. So I used the exact motion from the Charter Halibut Committee and the AP because this work represents the work of the Charter Halibut Committee, which deliberated about these elements and options for a number of days before the meeting. The suggested management measures will likely result in a harvest at or below allocation. And, the one message was that the charter sector in these areas is indicating that they are close to or at the floor in terms of an acceptable lower limit to conduct business. That's not to say that there's no more options, but the options are narrowing to a point where we can see that further reductions beyond the reference CUI as backing 786 active halibut guide businesses in both regulatory areas into a corner that may be difficult to get out of. In 3A, the recommendations are similar to what was proposed in our last normal year, which was 2019. Day-of-the-week closures of up to 2 days a week have proven to be a costly but reasonable reduction in times of lower abundance. And the committee really deliberated on the second fish, and they really felt like going below 28 inches is reaching a point where the average size of the halibut goes way up. It's almost a de facto one fish limit because a halibut under 28 inches is not really worth keeping, and they're very difficult to find in traditional halibut fishing areas where the charter fleet operates. The group also decided that annual limits should be a measure of last resort. The committee believes that creating an atmosphere where anglers are much more selective about the few halibut they get to keep results in the kind of high grading that results in a larger average size and more release mortality. And I've already thanked Sarah Webster for her efforts to compile this data in about 6 weeks, and Bob Powers for his supporting effort with the logbooks. But I'd also like to just take a moment to thank the rest of the ADF&G staff, like Jim Hasbrook, who comes to every meeting and provides great sage wisdom to the committee in terms of how things can be implemented. And then also I wanted to thank the council staff, Sarah Marinan, for keeping the meetings going and keeping stakeholders involved. And then the technical team, Maria Davis and her team, for keeping everyone computer literate enough to participate in this process virtually. And that's all I have for you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. We can go to any questions on the motion. I'd note that the motion is posted in the chat box and likely in our e-agenda as well. Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Mesereau? Right. Any amendments to Mr. Mesereau's motion? Any comments on the motion? Ms. Bush.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Mr. Mesereau for his motion and the committee for putting such good work together so that it, kind of goes right through the AP and here at the council. I think that's a testament to all the hard work that went into this. Just want to echo Andy's thanks to everyone and happy retirement to Bob Powers. And we're glad that Sarah's still here with the department, but we'll certainly miss her help in shepherding us through this process every year. She was, I would say, an equal replacement to who we had before in Scott Meyer. They both brought a very calm, concise, and efficient communication style to the process. They're lovely human beings, and hope we get lucky again next time. So thank you very much, and thank you for the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for both the motion, but also for I think the cohesiveness and robustness you've really worked hard to build into that committee. I was pretty amazed, really, that after a devastating year in 2020, and then, obviously clearly a bounce back year, but still difficult, I think, for a lot of those operators to recover from how bad 2020 is. Their ability to sort of responsibly grapple with the numbers and provide some solutions for 2022 that are not at all going to be easy for them to live within economically. I mean, there's some really hard choices that they made this year. And I wasn't at all certain that our system with the Better Halibut Committee would actually be able to survive that sort of set of back-to-back blows. If they did, I think is a real testament to how seriously they take their responsibility. And I think it's a pretty impressive accomplishment in a really hard set of choices. So my thanks to them for their hard work on this.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for the motion. I'll, of course, be supporting it. I also appreciate just the level of difficulty for this analysis, even more so with COVID. I'm glad to see there's no COVID buffer or any assumptions like that incorporated into these projections. I should have said that during the presentation. And I think some of the other assumptions, like removal of ports that really were affected by lack of cruise ships, taking those out of the average data so we're not skewing results makes our projections more conservative. I think all of those were just really excellent work by the staff in light of so many uncertainties. So I'll be supporting the motion and also provide my additional thanks to Ms. Webster and Mr. Power for just being really excellent analysts for us throughout this whole period. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further comments? Right. With that, I think we're ready to vote. Thank you for the motion, Mr. Mesereau, and I will add my thanks and best wishes to Mr. Powers and Ms. Webster as well. Thanks for all the hard work. We can go to Mr. Witherell to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Calling the roll on the Halibut Charter measures for 2022. Mr. Meekum.
We didn't hear that, Mr. Meekum. It looked like a yes. You want to signal with the thumb, you can. All right.
Thank you. Ms. Bush.
Yes.
Ms. Campbell.
Yes.
Mr. Down.
Yes.
Mr. Jensen. Absent, okay. Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Marks.
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau.
Yes.
Mr. Dwight.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
And Mr. Kineen.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously 10-0.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Anything further on agenda item C1? Okay. Thanks again, Mr. Mesereau, and to the committee and staff for all the great work. So it is 2:35 Alaska time. We're scheduled for a executive session starting at 3. So rather than taking a break and coming back and only having a few minutes to go, I think we can probably just take a break now and then resume with executive session and start up with the agenda item C2 in the morning at 8 o'clock Alaska time. So we can go ahead and close out on Adobe Connect today and resume. Council members have a link to join the executive session. How about we come back at 2:50 Alaska time for our executive session. And we'll see the public in the morning. Thank you.